go again. At this time, I'd like to reconvene the regular meeting. Clerk of the board, please call the roll.
Arancibia? Sorry, you're muted, sir. Hall? Why can't we hear them?
Can't hear him.
They can't hear us? You can't hear us? Oh, Lord. Okay, hold on.
Test, 1, 2.
Hi, can you hear us now?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay,
Okay.
We're taking roll. Arancibia?
present.
Hall?
Present.
Segura?
Here.
Solis?
Present.
Tarantino?
Here.
Aguirre?
Here.
Stubblefield? Here.
Thank you. We'll now hold a moment of silence and do the Pledge of Allegiance. And if, Gabrielle, if you can lead us in that Pledge of Allegiance, I'd appreciate that. And in the thoughts of the moment of silence, if we could remember the people of Kentucky who passed away due to the tornado that went through the area, and to also Vicente Fernandez who passed away.
Allegiance to the flag
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The board met in closed session preceding this meeting to discuss the following issues. 1, student expulsions, suspended expulsions, reinstatements, Education Code Section 48916 to 48918, students identified by ID numbers. 2, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, reclassification, reassignment, resignation, transfer. Government Code Section 54957. 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Paragraph 2 of Subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. 4, conference with labor negotiator. Government Code Section 54957.6. The board took the following action. We have quite a list. Moved by Hall, seconded by Solis, to accept the administrative hearing panel's recommendation to approve the suspended expulsion of 1 student with a vote of Arancibia yes, Hall yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Segura, second by Tarantino, to accept the administrative hearing panel's recommendation to approve the suspended expulsion of 1 student with a vote of Arancibia yes, Hall yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Hall, second by Solis, to accept the administrative hearings panel recommendation to approve the suspended expulsion of 1 student with a vote of Arancibia yes, Hall yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Solis, seconded by Tarantino, to accept the administrative hearings panel recommendation to approve the suspended expulsion of 1 student with a vote of Arancibia yes, Hall yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Solis, seconded by Segura, to accept the administrative hearing panel's recommendation to approve the suspended expulsion of 1 student with a change in site with a vote of Arancibia yes, Hall yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino no. Moved by Solis, seconded by Tarantino, to accept the administrative hearing panel's recommendation to approve the suspended expulsion of 1 student with a vote of Arancibia yes, Hall yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Segura, seconded by Solis, to approve the request for leave of absence for 1 certificated employee with a vote of Arancibia yes, Hall yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Segura, seconded by Solis, to approve the request for leave of absence for 1 certificated employee with a vote of Arancibia yes, Hall yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Solis, seconded by Tarantino, to approve the request for leave of absence for 1 certificated employee with a vote of Arancibia yes, Hall yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Moved by Solis, seconded by Arancibia, to deny the request for leave of absence for 1 certificated employee with a vote of Arancibia yes, Hall yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino no. Moved by Tarantino, seconded by Segura, to approve settlements in OAH case number 20210807734 with a vote of Arancibia yes, Hall yes, Segura yes, Solis yes, Tarantino yes. Thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda for the December 13th, 2021 regular board meeting with the change that the board will first consider board item Q3 after this vote, and then after the consent agenda, board agenda item Q5, K6, and K7. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Stubblefield,
Yes.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, that takes us to Q3.
It's on the bottom there of your page.
Thank you. We'll move to item Q3. I will entertain a motion to approve board agenda item Q3, adopt resolution number 4759 regarding remote teleconference meetings. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Stubblefield,
Yes.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis.
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And now we're going to Q5? Q5. Yeah, Q5. Q5. Q5 is to adopt a resolution number 461, addressing anti-Semitism, affirming the value of Jewish students, faculty, staff, and families. Dr. Getty?
Thank you, President Segura. This item, while it was precipitated by some very ugly graffiti that was placed upon Bonita Vista High School, really speaks to a larger issue that's going on society-wide, and that's the topic of hate and the fact that it's manifesting itself in different ways across our community. So we wanted to stand in solidarity with our Jewish community to ensure that they know and that they have that understanding that we support them and we're going to fight hate. We're going to use our voice to express our how we feel about any manifestation of this to ensure that all of our students, including our Jewish students, feel that support. Again, it's probably signs of a broader goings on in the world, but we wanted to make sure we adopted this resolution to be able to support our students and again our broader Jewish community. So with that, I will ask. I'm looking for Dr. Moore, but I don't see Dr. Moore. So yeah. So at this point, I will.
We have several speakers to the item. Did you want to?
Yeah. So while we
Let's-
wait for Dr. Moore, we can take speakers.
Yeah, so I don't know how many speakers we have, but we're going to be limiting the agenda items to 20 minutes for all items. So thank you. So do you want Dr. Moore to lead off and then go to the public comment?
I think you want to take public comment?
We can
Okay.
take public comment.
Okay.
The
public
first
comment.
speaker I have is Anna Maya.
Hello, my name is Anna Maya, and I am a senior at Bonita Vista High School. Although I am excited and grateful for being able to stand and speak before you all today, I am with a heavy heart that I must present to you an anti-Semitism resolution. I am sad that there have been so many circumstances that have led us to this point, yet proud to know I will be making a difference for the Jewish students in Sweetwater Union High School District. This resolution is just a first step towards ensuring that Jewish students and teachers in Sweetwater feel both represented as well as protected. Anti-Semitism is prejudice, discrimination, or hostility against Jewish people. It is also the world's oldest form of a hatred. From year zero to now, anti-Semitism has not only remained present, but is on a significant rise. Jews are the largest targeted religious minority in California, according to the FBI's 2018 hate crime statistics. How can my ethnic and religious community, who only makes up 2% of California's population, be number one on society's hate crime list? I'd like to think most anti-Semitic actions are executed solely out of ignorance and not hatred, as it is much easier to combat an ignorant society rather than a hateful one. Furthermore, in hopes that our local anti-Semitism is out of ignorance or lack of education, I can tell you right now that that solution is through proper and adequate representation in high and middle school curricula. I, for one, have single-handedly experienced anti-Semitism throughout my entire high school career. Since freshman year, 10th grade, through virtual learning and now, anti-Semitism is just getting worse and worse, not only in my school, but across the country. Most recently, there was an anti-Semitic images spray painted at Bonita Vista High School and Bonita Vista Middle School, alongside homophobic slurs. My principal, Dr. Del Rosario, supported my efforts to turn the incident into a learning opportunity as I developed a school-wide workshop on anti-Semitism education and initiated an Israel Club with a focus on combating anti-Semitism. I was also a guest speaker at a Bonita Vista TEDx talk event where I was able to share my experiences with anti-Semitism and how it has impacted me. My own family escaped persecution and are immigrants to this country, just like so many of my fellow classmates across the district. That commonality is an important one I share with my peers, but my intersectionality as a member of both the Jewish and Latinx communities are intertwined and inseparable. My Jewish identity has shaped me, but so have my experiences with anti-Semitism. I will not stand for anti-Semitism, just as I will not stand for discrimination towards immigrants or the Latinx community or any other minority, nor should anyone in our school district. The condemnation of anti-Semitism in and around our schools needs to be made. It is because of the Jewish student population at Bonita Vista High School that I choiced in, rather than attending my neighborhood school, Eastlake High School, and many of my Jewish friends in the district have chosen to do the same. I chose Bonita over Eastlake, knowing I would at least belong to a Jewish community as a safety net, in fear I would not be accepted in an environment without Jewish presence. Even more so, though I no longer live within the district boundaries of Sweetwater, I decided to stay and finish my high school career at Bonita because I care about the future of this community. I care about Sweetwater, and I chose it over San Diego Unified High School District because it is crucial to establish a safe, loving, accepting environment for future Jewish students enrolled in this district. Just because I do not have a solution for such anti-Semitism doesn't mean we cannot aid in helping to eliminate it. Adopting this anti-Semitism resolution would not only be step one for a more inclusive Sweetwater community, but establish a sense of security for marginalized Jewish students and staff across the district. It is my responsibility to speak on behalf of those who cannot speak for themselves and to provide a safe school environment for the future Jewish generations within Sweetwater. It is not within me, my ethics, or my morals to leave somewhere without it being safe for the future of the San Diego Jewish community. In contrast to my ancestors who fled from persecution, I have decided to stay and change the unfortunate normalization of anti-Semitism so that there will be safety and peace for the future. Thank you.
Esther Turquay. Esther, are you on the phone?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, Sweetwater School Board members. Thank you for giving me the time to speak today. My name is Esther Turquay, and I'm a proud Jewish student at Bonita Vista High School. I'm speaking to you today in support of Resolution number 4761, addressing anti-Semitism and affirming the value of Jewish students, faculty, staff, and families. Unfortunately, my high school was vandalized earlier this semester with hatred to target me and my peers. This made me feel targeted and on edge, something that no kid should feel, especially not at school. This is my first time experiencing an anti-Semitic hate crime. As a leader in this district, I am turning to you to make sure that no student feels targeted, discriminated against, or excluded. We can do this together by standing up against hate. Since I was young, I have always believed in the power of education. I believe that these actions are not coming from a place of hate, but a place of ignorance. Today, I am here to support the resolution and myself commit to continuing to educate my peers about anti-Semitism and the hatred that my community faces daily. If we do not call out our hatred, it is able to flourish in our community, which is why I implore that my school board is voting on this resolution to show that hatred is not allowed in the Sweetwater Junior High School District. Please vote yes on the resolution to protect me and my peers from hatred, and thank you.
Thank you.
Jennifer Eckstein.
Hi, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm Jennifer Eckstein. I am the teacher at Bonita Vista High School. I am AP Environmental Science, IB ESS, and Accelerated Biology. And I'm also the advisor to our Jewish Culture Club. I myself am a Jewish teacher. So I'll start off with my quote by Micah Pollock from UCSD that passivity and silence are never the answer. If left unchallenged, hateful speech can escalate into a threat. On December 3rd, after, of course, we had our vandalism, and after our politicians came to our school, I was a victim of anti-Semitic hate speech on an Instagram post. I won't go into what it was, but it was really bad. For my 22 years, I have never experienced what I've experienced at this school. We've had swastikas, we've had that, but never me being targeted. And every day I have gone to school, every day. Some call me brave, some call me, how could I attend? But I will never let hate win at this school. And although I sometimes worry about my family, I will show up every day. Let me take a break for a second. The sad part is I really believe it's somebody I'm currently teaching, based on the fact that they can spell my name right. And, some humor is most people can't spell my last name. But it's vile and disgusting that I might be among the student that has posted this. So with this resolution, it's important because this is the beginning of the rebuilding and the re-education of our precious Bonita Vista High School community. We have an amazing community, and it really does deserve healing. But I just want to be clear, we really do have a long way to go. We have a lot to do. Educators and admin, we need to respond to every single hate event, whether it's person or online, and we need to state publicly that this is not acceptable in our community, and it has no place in our schools. Thank you.
Rabbi Miller?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
My name is Mama Miller. I'm the rabbi of the largest Orthodox Jewish community in San Diego. And it's very relevant that we discuss condemning anti-Semitism, specifically today. Tonight, in the Jewish calendar, we mark one of the first anti-Semitic attacks against the Jewish people, the siege of Jerusalem by Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylonia, in the year 588 BCE that sent Jews into exile. And hundreds of thousands of Jews will be fasting tomorrow to remember that. The chief rabbin of Israel also chose to observe tonight and tomorrow as a day to commemorate the victims of the Holocaust and those whose yahrzeit anniversary of their deaths are unknown. As a rabbi of the San Diego community for the past 3 years, I had to deal with numerous, and one is too many, anti-Semitic attacks that happened in our public school districts. Anti-Semitism in our schools increased, also specifically during the recent terror organization attacks from Gaza in the recent summer. And we need to condemn this hatred in all its forms. Now, why should we single out anti-Semitism out of all hate crimes? Well, let's start with the FBI statistics from 2020, which states that hate crimes targeting Jews comprised almost 55% of all religious bias crimes last year. Nearly 1 out of every 4 Jews in the U.S. has been the subject of anti-Semitism over the past year. And we have to acknowledge the fact that anti-Semitism always shifts its forms. Jewish hatred is one of the only forms of hatred that is coming both from the far right and from the far left. And Jew haters who know that they can't do so openly because of political correctness, they use the same age-old anti-Semitic vile rhetoric. They supplement the word Jew with Zionism. And in speaking with many of our young members, I asked them if they feel comfortable openly wearing a yarmulke or a Jewish star or something that makes them distinctively Jewish when they attend public schools, and almost all of them describe their fear of showing their Jewishness openly, a fear of being bullied or physically attacked, which happened several times. 40% of American Jews have changed their behavior over the past year, according to a new survey about anti-Semitism. And we all know that the best way to prevent hatred starts with education. And so I, as a representative of over 130 Jewish families, many of whom send their children to public schools in your district, I implore you to condemn anti-Semitism with the clearest of terms, and to pass this resolution. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you for doing the right thing.
Thank you.
Micah Danzig?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much for having me at your board meeting. I want to thank the Sweetwater Union Board for taking up this important resolution. My name is Micah Danzig. I am the local president, advisory board president for Stand With Us, which is an educational organization that believes very strongly that education about facts and history is the best way to fight all forms of hatred and anti-Semitism in particular. As we just heard the rabbi say, that statistically speaking, there's no doubt anti-Semitism is on the rise in America. But even more importantly, as a educational board in California, it's important to understand how much it's on the rise here in California. We've experienced over the last 5 years, again, according to FBI data, a 40% increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes in this state. I'm also a parent. I have 3 children that have gone to public school in San Diego County, and all of my kids have experienced anti-Semitism. I also happen to be an Israeli American, and all of my children have been told in different situations that maybe they should be less Israeli. Maybe they should be less openly Jewish or less openly Israeli, because they're just asking for trouble. Imagine the reaction if somebody told somebody to be less Chinese because they were upset with the Chinese government, or that they should hide their Chinese identity because some people don't like the Chinese. But that's what my children experience in this county, and it's something that no child should have to experience. As the rabbi said just now before, we need to condemn anti-Semitism in all its forms. And I know that the resolution before you today does that. And I urge you to do so for all of the people. We've heard some real pain here. We heard Anna Maya speak about her personal pain as a student in your high school, in your district, with the experiences she's had every year as a Jewish student in your school. We heard the pain in Ms. Epstein's voice about the anti-Semitism that she's experienced, both directly and indirectly, as a teacher in your school. It's time. We have a 40% increase in hate crimes in this state. According to the FBI data, a Jew is 3 times more likely to be the victim of a hate crime in the United States of America today than a member of any other minority group in this country. That bears repeating. A Jew in America is 3 times more likely to be the victim of a hate crime than any other minority in this country. It's important for the Board of Education, like the Sweetwater Union Board, to take a stand against that. We see the hate. We know what to do about it. We must condemn it loudly. We must condemn it strongly, and we must condemn it at its core with our educational districts, and then from the district level down to the high schools, down to every school in your district, one voice, loudly, proudly saying, we stand against this form of hatred. And I urge you to pass this resolution. I thank you very much for the time you've given me.
Thank you.
Nicole Burstein?
Hi, good evening to the board. I represent the Jewish families who have come together to sign a letter. We did send the letter to all of the board members, but I would like to just read some parts of it. You've heard a lot tonight already from some of the people, and I think what's most interesting is how often these stories are sort of repeating themselves over and over. And it wasn't until the parents and the Jewish community really started to organize ourselves together and talk to each other that we realized that this was happening to all of our friends at the same time that it was happening to us. So we have a letter here signed on by more than 135 district families. We, the undersigned Jewish students, parents, alumni, teachers, neighbors, and allies of Sweetwater Union High School District, are asking you, our district school board trustees, to vote yes on Resolution 4761 in the matter of addressing anti-Semitism and affirming the value of Jewish students, faculty, staff, and families today, Monday, December 13th, 2021. As you've heard, examples of anti-Semitism manifest in many forms. There's hate against our religion, our race, our culture, our nationality, our language, our heritage, our physical appearance, our food, our holidays, our customs, our association with Israel, whether real or perceived, our political affiliations, whether real or perceived, and far-off geopolitical issues over which we obviously do not have any control over. Many of the occurrences we experience go unreported due to our learned fear of retribution. History has shown what happens when there are no consequences to anti-Semitism and it is allowed to spread like a cancer. As you've heard, many of the Jewish families here choose to choice into and thus commute to Bonita Vista High School because there's an established Jewish community there, and therefore we have a perceived sense of safety in numbers. Others stay at their neighborhood school but feel a lack of belonging and the need to hide their Judaism. And many others have chosen to leave the district altogether and attend private school, driving an hour each way to Jewish day schools where they feel safe and accepted. Board members, I want to thank you on behalf of all of the parents for taking this resolution into consideration. I want to thank you for hearing us and for seeing us. And I want to urge you to vote yes on this resolution, pass this resolution as a first step so that we can begin to heal, educate, and come together as a community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tamar Caspi.
Hi, my name is Tamar Caspi, and I'm also going to read a letter that was sent to all the board members. I want to make sure it's on record. To the board members, the superintendent of Sweetwater Union High School District. The Jewish leadership of San Diego County strongly supports the anti-Semitism resolution, and we applaud the students, including Anna Maya, for their efforts in writing such a powerful resolution. This resolution will go a long way in creating a safe atmosphere for Jewish students, faculty, and staff, and the Sweetwater Union community, both in class and on campus. We recognize what we teach our youth about their ancestral legacies and cultures is essential in the fight for racial and ethnic justice and equity. And it is with that belief that these efforts will hopefully extend beyond the boundaries of the schools. I'm going to skip past some of the statistics that you've already heard read. Jewish students and staff deserve to feel safe, and we appreciate the resolution, including training and resources for administration, teachers, and student leaders to prevent and address anti-Semitism. We appreciate the commitment you have made to work with organizations and leadership dedicated to addressing anti-Semitism. Finally, we extend kavod, honor, and respect, that means honor and respect in Hebrew, to student activist Anna Maya, Superintendent Dr. Moises Aguirre, and Chief of Educational Equity and Support Services, Dr. Vernon Moore, for their brave leadership. Thank you for taking the appropriate steps to ensure your Jewish students, as well as your Jewish staff, knows that the school board will stand up for them. And we urge the board to vote yes to adopt the resolution. This letter was co-signed by more than 60 organizations, about 100 people. These are all the Jewish leaders, every single one in San Diego, every synagogue, every organization, every Jewish leader, and actually people are now coming to us to ask to sign on to this. This is the same resolution that was passed in San Diego Unified and San Diego Union. So thank you for your support, and we urge you to please vote yes.
Thank you.
Evei Wilpon.
Hi, my name is Evie Wilson. Thank you to the board. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you to the board and to superintendent. I am reading a letter that was submitted by Rabbi Abraham Cooper of the Simon Wiesenthal Center. He would have loved to have been here, but has just gotten back from his time in Dubai, but did take his time to send this letter. That is how important he felt it was to be a part of this and to ensure that we pass this resolution. My name is Rabbi Abraham Cooper, and I write to you on behalf of the 400,000 constituents of the Simon Wiesenthal Center, a Southern California-based international Jewish human rights NGO dedicated to imparting the lessons of the Nazi Holocaust, combating anti-Semitism, and promoting tolerance and human dignity here in California, across the nation, and around the world. Many educators and students from San Diego County visit our renowned Museum of Tolerance. Even with all this education taking place, it is a sad reality that anti-Semitism today continues to have a tremendous and disturbing impact on Jewish Americans, especially our younger generation. From the barrage of the 24/7 demonization on social media to physical and cyberbullying to Nazi graffiti, which occurred recently in your school district as well, to the targeting and desecration of synagogues, the violence and mayhem, and even murder targeting Jews at prayer or eating at a restaurant. There are many facets to today's anti-Semitism, from both the extreme far right to the extreme far left. And as recent as the Hamas war with Israel in May 2021 proved, some people who claim to be anti-Israel rather than anti-Semitic on both sides of the Atlantic, from Germany to London, New York, and Los Angeles, threaten to rape Jewish women and girls, and in some cases have continued to threaten, intimidate, and attack Jews. This reality means that Jewish institutions in California, across the United States, and around the world spend millions on security to protect our families. The irrational hatred of Jews, Israelis, and anyone who identifies as a Zionist must end. To be clear, Israel, like any other democracy, is not above criticism. But we are talking about the demonization of a people and its values. We need your help in educating California's children about this pernicious hate, just as we work together with you to end the targeting of all other minorities. I am writing today to urge you to adopt unanimously this resolution that denounces anti-Semitism and reaffirms the value of Jewish students and faculty. Thank you for taking the first step in addressing the anti-Semitism impacting your students. Sincerely, Rabbi Abraham Cooper. Thank you very much for your time. We appreciate your effort in raising this resolution, and we urge you to pass it unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. We've reached our 20-minute limit. If the two other people on the call could submit their comments to to our clerk, and we'll put them in the record. Thank you. I'll throw it back to you, Dr. Aguirre.
Thank you, President Segura. Again, I want to just take a moment to appreciate all the work that happened by our student leader, Anamaya, at Bonita Vista High School, and other students that were involved with this effort as well, the different organizations that came together, Dr. Moore and his team, who really brought the support to ensure we got this through. And at this time, staff is recommending adoption of this resolution.
Thank you.
And again, it says in my move to that we adopt the resolution.
Second.
Moved and seconded, and I'll just add that I know this is just not words. I fully support this. This is just not words, and we're going to move on. This really needs to be. We'll continue to work together through Dr. Getty and Dr. Moore. I know we have already, and I've seen the emails. So this is just not words. This is for action. This cannot be accepted. Anytime anybody gets hurt, any member of our community, our students, it can't be. We just can't just ignore it, and we need to address it and denounce it and go from there. So with that, we'll vote.
Stubblefield,
Yes.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Congratulations. We'll move to the recognitions. Deanne? No.
All right. So on this first recognition is for Mr. Nicholas Segura for serving as board president in 2021. I think it goes without saying, President Segura, that you've served with distinction in a time of tumult. It's been a very challenging time. If today's meeting is any indication of kind of what we are having to traverse as a district leadership team. And so I think that this recognition is part of that process to reflect on your leadership as board president, and really on the fact that we as a team have gone through a most tumultuous of time together. And that has not been easy. It continues to try us, but yet we're here because we are doing this in the spirit of service, and we're doing this in the spirit of supporting our students, our staff, our parents, our community, all of our stakeholders. And so with that, wanted to present you this recommendation, or this recognition, I'm sorry, for having served as board president in 2021.
Thank you. I'll just add, it's been an honor to serve as the board president for this last year. I could say that this job and this task is a lot more stressful than the job I just retired from, and pays a lot less too. But I don't do it for the money. I do it because I want to be involved in the community and with the students and the parents and all the educators, and I'm married to educator, as I said many times before, so I get it. And I appreciate that. And we have a good team going here, and I'm not going to talk about all the things that we've accomplished, but we're going the right direction, and I certainly enjoy being a part of that. Thank you.
All right. And with that, I go down here. Yeah, we're probably facing this way.
Oh, yeah. Do that, so.
So now the next recognition is for our trustee Arturo Solis for his service as vice president in 2021. I probably should say ditto, but at the end of the day, again, just as a team that we are, want to acknowledge the service as vice president to this board. Again, just the contentiousness of what we have to deal with and the fact we do this as a team is critically important, more than anything, to support our everybody who relies on us, our students, our staff, our communities, and our parents. It's critically important that we have that approach as a governance team, and I believe you embodied that team aspect. So thank you, Vice President Solis. Thank you. All right. Sure. All right, so, all right. I try to keep it that way. Yeah.
All right, so we'll move on to the next recognition. We'll move to Tommy Sablan, community partner for his dedication and support of Alta Vista Academy students. Is
Showing the
Mr.
video?
And for this item, we have a brief video that we're going to be playing.
What's going on campus today?
Organized chaos. Organized chaos, happiness, and the true Christmas spirit. It took months of letter writing to see if I could get donations to kind of just get these kids a small gift or something, you know, Christmas cookies or something, so that they could have a celebration. And I found out last Monday, November 29th, Tommy Sablan called me and said, hey, guess what? I said, I'm getting cookies. And he said, no. I said, I'm getting pancakes? And he said, no. He said, we're adopting your whole school. I said, that's crazy. There's like 40 kids. And he said, we are adopting all 40 kids. And I immediately bursted into tears. And I've been in tears every day, every hour. I get a call as to, hey, this is getting done, this is getting done. Things are happening 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. He's texting me, telling me what's happening. And I'm so floored by it, the generosity and the love that these kids are going to be able to feel with all of this. I think it's important to always recognize every kid. But these kids, you know, they have a little bit harder. Their life isn't that great and they don't have a lot of the stability. And then COVID really even threw a bigger loop into that, where we're literally, as counselors, We're taking it back to the basics. The way that we're doing counseling right now is completely different. We're going back to the basic hierarchy of needs and saying, hey, how do we make you feel loved? How do we make you feel valued? How do we make you feel important and give you hope? And that's what this is about. This is about just giving kids the idea that they have hope, that people love them, care about them, and support them, and are here for them. I believe in every one of my students. And the idea that they see now that hundreds of people believe in them too, that's what it's about. But I'm just so grateful and so blessed to be here at this school. Working here really puts into perspective for me how fortunate I am in my own life. They inspire me to want to be a better person, to continue to give, to continue to advocate. And that's the biggest piece for me. I will advocate for these kids as loud as I can, as much as I can, because I know that they're worth it. I know that they deserve this. So I just want to say thank you to every person who came in, every community member, every organization, every company, every member of the district staff who came out and rolled their hands up. Everybody came out and said, hey, we're going to make this happen for our kids. I'm super blessed.
Yes. Wow, that was moving. Deanne. Are there any other speakers on it?
Yes, I'm sorry. Dina Donato. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Dina Donato Palmore, counselor and liaison for our Youth in Transition for our district, and we support students in foster care and students experiencing homelessness. It's one of those rare pleasures to be able to address you about joyous matters. On December 8, Mr. Tommy Sablan, Ms. Michelle Beal, the staff of Alta Vista Academy, and New Alternatives demonstrated the true meaning of it takes a village and that a few individuals can make a difference. On December 8, they rallied the gathering of a community to make sure that the students in foster care who reside in New Alternatives lived the spirits of the holidays. Believe it or not, some have asked, doesn't the residents receive payments to care for the students? Don't the students receive monthly stipends? The answer is yes and yes. What Mr. Sablan, Ms. Beal, and the staff did is answer, for that moment, the students' questions. They ask, does anyone care for me or remember me as someone's child? Am I valued? As educators, we experience students questioning how genuine our relationships are with them. Students assume that we are required to say the things that we say to them because it's our job. This is challenging. This is the challenge that we adults must address because this is what keeps us from creating a genuine relationship with students. They see us doing what is required of our jobs. Our students are crying out for someone to truly see them, and they seek that attention through behavior, positive or not. Any attention is better than none. How we respond to their challenge will determine how much they can trust us and believe us. For the students of New Alternatives, December 8 gave them the experience that their community sees them and cares for them. On behalf of the counselors, we want to applaud Mr. Sablan in confirming what we try to do every day with our students, that a little kindness and genuine concern leave lasting impressions. Mr. Sablan, you rallied a community to show kindness and changed how these students see themselves. You provided that sense of hope that they are remembered as someone's child and not an obligation. Our deep gratitude to you and your team in filling our students' heart with joy.
Michelle Beal.
Thank you.
So I'm going to try not to cry. Good evening, Superintendent Gary, Board of Trustees, and Sweetwater family. So first of all, the letters that I wrote were not on my duty day. They were after work. Second of all, don't worry, I'm not here to be loud as I usually am. I'm here with somebody whose heart is so full of love and joy right now. Words can't even begin to express how grateful I am to Tommy Sablon, his magical crew of elves, and all the district personnel and school staff who helped make December 8th, 2021 an unforgettable day, not just for the students, but for each and every one of us who was on site to witness the priceless expressions and share in the emotions of each child. As the students walked down to their Christmas celebration, I know that each of us present could feel the love and see the happiness, and most importantly, the hope in their eyes. A hope that says, although things might be tough right now, because people care, because people believe in us, and because people value us, it can and will get better. As Kristen Gaspar said that day, it resonated with me. This is the power of community. And I hope that these kids will always feel the love of this community. Tommy Sablon, who doesn't want to be recognized, who's sitting, watching right now. You and your crew have truly changed not only the students' lives, but you've changed my life forever. Thank you, Tommy Sablon. And Board of Trustees, you guys know I am the biggest and loudest advocate for these kids. My heart is so full. They are so blessed right now, but just know, I might have to come back some days. So I thank you very much. Tommy Sablon is watching, and I want him to know that he will be presented with a honorary diploma from Alta Vista Academy. Mr. Murphy, do you want to bring that up? And
Very nice.
all the students at Alta Vista, the staff, district personnel, everybody signed this. It says Alta Vista Academy, Tommy Sablon, in recognition for the endless dedication to give back to the community. Thank you. You'll forever be a part of the Alta Vista family. Thank you, guys.
All right, so we can move on to, Mr. Tarantino, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, President Segura. I would also like to thank Tommy Sablon and the cast and crew of 94.1 for choosing a more deserving group of kids than could have been selected. These are the students who have not given up on pursuing their education, while many people in their lives have given up on them. And the resilience that they demonstrate is overpowering, and the emotion that took place from all of us, like Ms. Beal said, and thank you, Ms. Beal, for writing that letter and for your advocacy, your tireless advocacy of those students who attend Alta Vista. But the emotion, students were crying, staff was crying, even the Santa's elves, who are usually really upbeat, were crying. It was a very emotional event, and thanks to you and your squad for providing these students, like what Ms. Beal said, hope that people do believe in them and that they will be successful and that their determination will get them through the tough spots that they're enduring right now. So thank you again very much. That's all I have, President Segura.
Thank you, Mr. Tarantino. I know you frequently visit that site, and I truly appreciate that. Any other comments from the board? No? Okay. Well, we have a certificate that we could hand over, present.
Yes. So another one for Tommy, since he's watching. Oh.
Okay, and our last recognition is recognition of Cynthia McDaniels for her dedicated service to the employees of the Sweetwater Union High School District. Dr. Aguirre?
Thank you, President Segura. So it is with gratitude that we are recognizing the service of Cynthia McDaniel for her work with CSEA. I wanted to make sure that we recognized her time here. This work is not easy work, but we've been able to have those dialogues, those spaces to be able to problem solve. And just for that, I think it goes a long way to support the work that we do as a district, for support of our staff. And then in that way, support what our students go through as well. So we wanted to make sure we recognize your work, Cynthia, Ms. McDaniel. We wanted to make sure that you felt what we feel, and that, again, we just can say thank you enough for the work that we do. Again, it wasn't always easy. And there was a year that was associated with your comments that I won't say. But thank you for your service to our district in support of our classified staff. We just wanted to take a moment to express our gratitude, so thank you for that.
All right, if you could please come up, we'll present you this. Okay, and with that, if I got my notes in order, we're going to move to K6. Somebody say yes.
Yes, that is the report by our audit firm on our independent audit.
Thank you.
So President Segura and Board Trustees, Superintendent, Cabinet, and Community, I'd like to introduce our CROW team. They have helped us now for the third year. This has been our third audit in 20 months, as you're aware of. So a lot of work has been done during that time frame. There are two things that I'd like to point out that we shared with the Audit and Finance Subcommittee last week on December 6th, is we are bringing this audit on a normal traditional track of before the December 15th date. There is an exception with this year's audit for 2021 where the Education Code did allow for bringing that forward by January 31st. But we worked very closely with the CROW team as well as our management team to ensure that we wanted to bring this forward this month. So that's one key item. The other item which the team will present here shortly is this audit reflects two findings, and that is a significant improvement over the last previous reports that we've brought forward. So we continue to do our work to improve systems and processes. However, the two that are reflected are directly correlated to the need for a new accounting system. So we, as you're aware, we are working on the implementation of Infor to migrate away from TrueCourse, but there are still some system weaknesses that reflect those as findings. And so until that is accomplished, those will remain on there. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Kevin Smith, who's the engagement partner with CROW, as well as Elizabeth Saff, who's the audit manager on the district financials. And this is for K6. And then shortly we'll also introduce Charles Ribley, who's the audit manager on the bond financials.
Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Superintendent.
Could you speak into the mic? I'm sorry. You can raise it up.
Do whatever you want.
That way they can hear you on the
A little
Teams.
bit better?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
First and foremost, it's an honor to be here in front of you today versus a Teams call as we have been in the last two audit engagements. As Dr. Sockeld said, we have completed our third audit in 20 months. I cannot speak to the tenacity and the hard work that the CFO and her team has put in place to allow that to occur. And to be here in December is actually a testament to their hard work. I've got a really good team behind me and not here as well, but without the work by management, we wouldn't be here. An audit is a very iterative process. We ask for a lot of information, and from that we ask a lot of questions from that information. They were able to really provide all of that in a timely basis. Again, although we do have two deficiencies that Elizabeth will refer to, it was an audit with a limited number of adjustments. Those adjustments were identified management through the ordinary course of their operations. So particularly as from where you came from to today, it was a very good, clean audit. Elizabeth will refer to a couple of those items, but again, I'm going to kind of just try to steal her thunder just a little bit. We're going to be issuing we have issued an unmodified opinion, which is the highest level of assurance that we can provide. And it means that the financial statements are prepared in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, and it was supported by the books and records of the district. Elizabeth?
Thank you. Deanne, are we able to pull up the financials? Okay. Oh, perfect. You're so good. Okay. So in our opinion, this is the financial statement opinion. So like Kevin mentioned, we not only go and look at the financial statements of the district, we also perform a single audit, which is over your federal awards, and then we also perform a state compliance audit. So this particular opinion is over your financial statements, and it reads, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects the respective financial position of the governmental activities, each major fund of Sweetwater as of June 30, 2021. And like Kevin mentioned, that is an unmodified opinion and the highest level of assurance you can receive. There is an emphasis of a matter going concern paragraph there. That is similar to what you saw in the prior year as well. It's just speaking to the deficit spending that had occurred, declining enrollment. COVID-19 provided a lot of one-time funds, but those are not necessarily continuing. So you can see that further described in note 13. There's also an emphasis of a matter below that talking about GASB 84. And so this is a new accounting standard that came out, and it essentially moved all of your student body funds that were before a fiduciary fund now into the governmental funds of the district. And so you will now see that included in this financial statement. If we could move to page 90, I'm guessing, of the PDF, is that possible? Instead of scrolling through everything? 90, yeah. Okay, and just continue down a couple pages. There's a nice summary at the back of this report that kind of goes over all of the activities we did, and it gives you a summary of our findings. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, so here's the financial statement, unmodified opinion, internal control over financial reporting, material weaknesses identified. No, we did not have any material weaknesses identified at the conclusion of this audit. And then the second question, significant deficiencies identified, not considered to be material weaknesses. And yes, so the two findings that you will read are considered significant deficiencies, but still an improvement over what we have seen over the past couple of years. Non-compliance material to the financial statements. We did not have any items that we noted as non-compliance items. So for the federal awards, we also issued an unmodified opinion in relation to your single audit. And below there, you'll notice that the major programs that we were required to select for testing were your coronavirus relief funds, as well as your ESSER program. So those are the two specific programs that we detail tested this current year. And last but not least is the state awards opinion, which is an unmodified opinion. And I like to pause and just take a moment to kind of explain what an accomplishment that is. That is not an easy thing to accomplish when it comes to especially the size of the district. This is not something that is just your business office. This includes your teachers. This includes your attendance clerks, independent study teachers. The state does not allow for materiality when it comes to your state compliance procedures that we have to look at. So if we find an error, we must report it, regardless of if it's a fiscal impact or whatnot. We must report it. That would automatically qualify your opinion. So the fact that we have an unmodified opinion means that we did not find any errors in our state compliance audit. And so that is a testament not just to your business office, but to all of your school sites, your teachers, aides, everybody that really pitches in for that. And as you know, the state compliance findings, those are the ones that usually cost money. So it's really important. So well done. And lastly, here are the two findings. If you had looked at prior year's report, these are going to look very familiar. Like Dr. Sockeld mentioned, these are in relation to I almost said Infor, your old true course system. Hopefully it's going to be old soon. And just really the susceptibility of the misstatement in the financial statements due to how cumbersome this system is. And so your team has put in a lot of manual controls to address that, and they have done a great job because, as you can see, we did not have any audit adjustments as a result. They've really put in the effort, but that being said, it is a very manual process, and so we are keeping these findings for now and looking forward to the time when the new system is in place that hopefully these will be addressed. Any questions that we can answer? Would you like to add anything?
The only thing I would like to add is we also met with members of the audit committee, as Dr. Sockeld said, on December 6th. I would be the first to tell you that from a best practice perspective, that was an hour to an hour and a half long discussion. Lots of probing questions. I believe that they have met their fiduciary obligation in understanding the audit process and the results. It's why tonight's we're kind of hitting the very high level, but again, members of the board and the audit committee really spent a significant amount of time querying with us and understanding the audit process and the results.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this?
No, sir.
All right. So we have any comments from the board? Go ahead, Paula, who chairs the Audit and Finance Committee.
I think you're muted, Mrs. Hall. Oh, hold on. Okay, maybe it's not mine then.
Can you hear us now, Deanne?
Thank you.
Go for it, Paul.
All right. Thank you. I was going, oh. Okay, so I just wanted to, once again, to extend my thanks to Mr. Smith and Ms. Zav. I think they've done an excellent job for us the past 2 years. And as he stated, the team of Dr. Sockeld and her financial team have done a tremendous amount of work. 3 audits in 21 months is unheard of. And on top of that, they're answering numerous inquiries from other entities outside of the district and doing it with factual and grace and information we can count on. I think that's the statement that Mr. Smith made to our audit finance subcommittee, was that we can count on the figures that Dr. Sockeld presents. And I know it really is imperative for us to ensure that this implementation of the new system goes on within the timeline that we've set out. We are expecting it to be implemented on July 1st. We think that doing that at the beginning of a year is the right thing to do, and whatever we need to ensure that happening, I trust that our superintendent and Dr. Sockeld will keep the board informed, but work diligently to make sure that happens on time. And we want to thank you, everyone, for the work you're doing. And yes, I think the questions we asked, we went through. One of the things you stated, Ms. Saab, was about the compliance audit, and that the fact is it's really unheard of to have no findings, and we've passed that with flying colors. So I think my thanks to the staff, to the Director of Federal and State Programs, and the staff there that oversees some of those programs. But as you said, the the sub-principals at the sites, the teachers, the SIS coordinators, everyone is doing their part to ensure we utilize those funds in the right way and that we expend them on students for their support in the classroom. So thank you all for your good work. And I just want to say that the board, that our audit and finance subcommittee does recommend we accept this report and commend the district staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hall. I will just say she just echoed Trustee Hall's comments, and I truly appreciate your work. And I can't go without thanking Dr. Salka and the team for all of the work that has been done over the last 24 months and the 3 audits, and it's just an incredible amount of work. And I know I can't even imagine how much that is, but it's a lot of work, and I truly appreciate that. And I'm proud that we have where we are, and with the monies that we do have right now, and have received the one-time fundings, and the board's I know is very cognizant that those are one-time funds, and we have some work to do in the out years, and but are mindful of that money, and just we just need to be can keep on our due diligence on how we spend the money, and all things of that nature to make sure that we keep going in the right direction that we are right now. Any other board members want to make any comments? Trustee Hall, do you have another comment?
I was going to take a moment to give Dr. Sokeld an opportunity to explain a couple of items in the management discussion section of the audit report on page 7 about the statement of net position and the negative figure of 615 million. If you would kind of just clarify what that means, because that's a scary number to look at. Dr. Sokeld.
Thank you,
President, through the president, excuse me.
Thank you, Trustee Hall, for that question. Yes, that went into effect back in 2015, around that time frame, when the GASB was implemented, where we had to, as districts and government agencies, had to reflect the obligation to our pension systems. And so in essence, it is a scary number when you see that portion of what STRS, in this case, or PERS, identify through their actuarial analysis, that is the district's proportionate share. And so we do book that obligation at this point in time during our year-end audit, that amount. And so there are footnotes that go into details with that, and these are numbers provided by the state.
Thank you. And then on page 8, the interest on long-term obligations has gone down quite a bit from prior year. Could you explain that? What the impact was to have that outcome?
Yes, so those items are related to our debt we have with our bonds. So each year as we pay those amounts, the debt service, the correlated or related interest costs will go down incrementally. Unless we have new issuances, but we haven't issued since 2018. So as we pay down the debt, so will the interest go down.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And I also appreciate the fact that this is an audit on 2020, 2021. So we're looking for even better news as the audit comes back to the board next December. So thank you, because we know we're moving in the right direction. So thank you all, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Hall. If we have any other comments from the board, if not, I'll entertain a motion to accept this item, which is K6.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, that takes us to K7.
So this next item will have Kevin Smith and also Charles Ribley. One thing to note, compared to the district-wide financials, we do keep 2 separate audit managers for each engagement. So in this case, we have Kevin and Charles. And so we did present the draft report to the CBOC last month on November 17th. So we reviewed that with them. and then also with the Audit and Finance Subcommittee on last week on the 6th. This particular audit is in accordance with the Prop 39 requirements. So there's a financial of the Prop O, and there's also a performance audit of Prop O. And so at this juncture, and the team will share here shortly, there are no findings to report. Again, given our due diligence, working very closely with Ms. Quirk and her team on the facilities and construction side of things. So I'll hand over to Kevin and Charles.
Thank you. Dr. Sockheld always does a great job of stealing everything I was going to say. Again, so we issue 2 reports related to the Prop O bonds. One, the financial statement, which, if you think about it, it's embedded within the financial statements that Elizabeth just referred to. But this is pulling them out and looking at them individually on a columnar basis. And as Dr. Sockheld said, we also do a performance audit. Charles will kind of walk you through that report, but he's also going to spell out that some of those are required by state law. Some of them are things that you guys have engaged us to do above and beyond what the state law requires. So again, this is something that is discussed with the audit committee prior to beginning work, as well as the CBOC, and arriving at kind of agreed upon what we're going to look at in a given year. And with that, I'll turn it over to Charles.
All right, thanks, Kevin. So we'll take a look at the financial audit first. So this page that you see before you on the top paragraph is our opinion, so similar to the opinion that we gave over the financial statements of the district as a whole. We're looking at Proposition O as a standalone. And so again, this isn't what we call an unmodified or a clean opinion. That's that, again, highest level that you're looking to achieve out of your financial statement audit. And so following this as an emphasis of matter paragraph, this is really just clarifying that these Proposition O financial statements are not meant to intend to be the district financial statements as a whole. So it's clarifying that. And again, because these financial statements are for a governmental entity, we're also following government auditing standards as well. So if you want to click, yeah. So this is the balance sheet of Proposition O, so that's that snapshot of in time of the financial position. In this case, obviously June 30, 2021 financial position with an ending fund balance of 37.8 approximately million at that period of time. So it doesn't reflect activity that occurred after that and through now. The page that follows this is effectively your income statement. So any of those interest funds that have been earned on the funds held in the county treasurer's office, county treasury, and then the expenditures. So what was spent from those bond proceeds during the year. So you can see here approximately 5.8 million expended from those proceeds. And it's important to note the classifications of those expenditures. So the first 2 of classified salaries and employee benefits, Proposition 39, which is what these bonds were authorized under, restricted the use of those funds for administrator salaries. And so part of our audit procedures are to, and we'll talk about that in the performance audit piece, but part of our audit procedures look to those financial statements to see, okay, well, were those funds that were expended for salaries appropriate under the circumstances? And so we didn't have any findings in that regard. But you can see that the majority of the expenditures were out of capital outlay or those capital-related projects, and that's what you want to see. And the footnotes, or these pages that follow, really are intended to give expanded explanation over, again, similar to the district financials policies over your accounting, and then also expanding descriptions over those financial statement line items in both the balance sheet and that income statement component. And so at the end of our audit for the June 30, 2021, again, we gave an unmodified opinion, so a great result, and then I think it's another testament to both the fiscal team and the facilities team working together to provide us what we needed. And then so this is page that's being shown here is the prior year finding. So there's no findings that we needed to be reporting to you all as the board this current year. And so you can see under the current status there on the second from the last line item that prior year finding has been implemented. No issues to report for the current year. So great result. I want to move on to the performance audit, and that's got a little bit more background here on some of the work that we did for Proposition O. So this, similar to the other report, you see an opinion page. So this is our opinion over the performance audit. And so again, the scope is different. In the other document, we were looking at that snapshot in time of the financial position and the activity during the fiscal year. The purpose of this performance audit is really to look at those activities, what was spent from those funds, and understand whether they were compliant with Prop 39 and whether they were appropriate under the project list that have been approved by the board. And beyond that, we performed additional procedures over and above, as Kevin had mentioned a few minutes ago, at your request, to make sure that those other components and aspects of the Proposition O funds were appropriately used. So kind of moving on, there's the performance audit report is broken into different sections. So procedures 1, 2, and 3. Procedure 3 here that you see before you is the basic level procedures that we would be required to perform under Prop 39. And so that's where we would look at those expenditures as a standalone to look to see if those were, again, appropriate under that Prop 39 allowable uses and also under your project list. So you can see that we, for the purposes of our testing, we tested $3 million in the current fiscal year for this audit out of that $5.8 million that we saw. And so additional procedures are performed, again, looking at contracts, looking to see that those were appropriately entered into, and budgeting process as well. And so in that performance of our other, all those procedures, we had no issues that we needed to be reporting out to you. But in each of the procedures, you can see that we identify not only the population of items that we looked at, the specific items that we tested, and then the results of those tests. So, and the last page of the performance audit report details out the specific items that we looked at. Yeah, I have to change the ratio or the perspective there a little bit. But yeah, so this identifies the exact items that were looked at during our tests for compliance. So I'm happy to address any other questions that you wanted to add clarification for on the Proposition O financials or the performance audit.
Thank you, Charles. Do we have any public comments?
No speakers, sir.
All right. Do we have comments from the board on Prop O, K7? Trustee Hall.
Again, thank you, President Segura, and thank you, Mr. Beardsley?
Oh, Ribley.
Bradley. Thank you for your information, and I don't really have any questions. I just had to comment that our Audit and Finance Subcommittee also recommends the board accept this report. And that's all I have to say, except thank you for everything you've done and for meeting with our Bond Oversight Committee and giving them your time and responding to their questions as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hall. Yeah, and I'd just like to thank the fiscal and the facilities departments for all the work they did with this report. And it's a very good report, and that's always great news. So thank you. If we have no other questions, I'll accept the motion.
So
for
moved.
K7.
So-
Accept this. Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. You could stay, but this is a good time if you want to. So then we go back to give me some help, Deanne. We're going back to
Are we going back to the top, or? Okay,
Yes.
so you're on the comments from Dr. Skwarna? Number 5 on page 4.
Thank you. So at this point, we'll provide an opportunity for the SDCOE representative, Dr. Mark Skwarna, to make any comments.
Wonderful job on the audits and a lot of hard work, and I think you should be very proud. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for all your help. And now we'll have a message from our superintendent, Dr. Moises Aguirre.
Thank you, President Segura. Good evening, everybody, and buenas tardes. Welcome to our December 13th board meeting. There has been lots going on in the district this last month of the year. I'd like to begin by extending a congratulations to a couple of people in our district. First, Ms. Christine Araki from our Launch Academy on being selected as San Diego County Counselor of the Year. Congratulations to Ms. Araki. And secondly, to Mr. Randy McCrae, Band Director at Eastlake High School, who was selected as the recipient of the 2021 Byron Hoyt Don Schmier Band Educator Award by the California Music Educators Association, Southern Border Section. Congratulations to both Ms. Araki and Mr. McCrae. We also attended the California School Boards Association annual conference, which was held right here in San Diego. It was a great opportunity to dialogue with our colleagues and other school districts throughout the state and hear some best practices. So I just wanted to say thank you to CSBA. It was a great meeting. Also, last Wednesday, as we heard, Mr. Tommy Sablan from radio station 94.1 helped bring a great experience to our students at Alta Vista Academy, and so we took a moment to recognize his support of our students. Thank you for all that you do, Mr. Sablan. Also on Thursday and Friday, San Isidro High School hosted an evening of ballet folklorico. Great job, everybody at San Isidro High School. And I would be remiss if I didn't include that last week, San Isidro High School also hosted the U.S. Secretary of the Interior, Secretary Deb Haaland, as well as California Secretary of Natural Resources, Secretary Wade Crawford. Thank you for having visited San Isidro High School and having hosted a meeting there. We also have representatives in the building from our partners at Ginkgo by Concentric and want to extend our gratitude to them, as well as the California Department of Public Health, in order for their support to help us implement COVID-19 testing. Thanks to Ginkgo by Concentric, as well as the California Department of Public Health. You will also note that this evening we have a resolution regarding COVID vaccines. I simply want to state that for us in our district, safety has always been paramount. And this represents yet one more layer of protection for our community, which continues to have some of the highest COVID rates in the county. We look forward to these deliberations. And with that, muchas gracias, and look forward to a great meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. Our student board representative, Gabrielle Stubblefield, she had to go study for finals, so that's key. And I don't know if she was there when we did the vote on the on Q5. She wanted to speak. I don't know if she was trying to weigh me down, but I know she had some comments that she wanted to speak of in support of that, and I apologize to her if I didn't do that. I didn't do that if I didn't see her. And with that, we can move to C, our DLAC report, and the President Guadalupe Estrada. Welcome.
Good evening, board members, President Segura, and Superintendent Aguirre. So I think so you have a report. So can you put it there? So first I'm going to read it in English, and then after that, when we have the comments from the parents, I'm going to change to Spanish. Okay, thank you. Okay, so you have it here. This the last meeting. This is from November. We have a joint meeting with DPAC, and this was our topics as Sweetwater Union High School District Trustee area. Sorry for my pronunciation, but it's so hard to read redistricting plan. Presented by Dr. Moises Aguirre, our superintendent. Parents make a question and our superintendent answer them. And then also we have our breakout rooms, and we had input from parents from DPAC and also from DLAC members. And we have the second topic, parent engagement policy, presented by Ms. Griselda Delgado, and she's the Director of State and Federal Programs. Also is the same. We have we make questions, and also we give our input from DPAC and DLAC members. And also we have our subcommittee bylaws, because we need to change it, do it correctly. So both committees have signed separate interest forms to be part of this bylaw subcommittee. And also last, you will find some ELAC's reports. So now if you can, I don't know how to say it, yes, we have here is two schools. I know it's been hard from some schools to give a report, but we always explain them if they need help. We can help them to write it, or they can go to the sites, or they can. We put a lot of ways how they can send reports, but some schools don't have each month's ELACS meetings. Sometimes it's only 5 meetings, and that's why it's not always have like 10 or 9 report from ELACS. So we had here 2 schools, and also you already see all the presentation, so can we, how you say, skip, thank you. So I want to get to the part with here are the parent question and concerns, and here is, you have it also there. But if you want it, can you skip this? Yes, can you skip? And because I want to go to the part from the input from this presentation, Ms. Griselda. And if you can continue to go to the input from parents. There's more. Thank you. So in this, is more? Thank you. Yes, yes. Okay, there. So you have it here in English, but I'm going to explain it in Spanish. I'm not going to read everything because everything is important because our parents had these concerns. But what I want to do is, because I'm here 3 years and I see the reports, and I want to highlight what are the comments that is continuing to see over the 3 years. So now I'm going to change to Spanish. Muchísimas gracias. El motivo por el cual quiero hablar ahora en español es, como les dije, quiero. Oh, ok, va a ser continuo entonces. Ok, gracias.
Consecutivo.
Oh, consecutivo. Ok. Gracias por decir. Si no me voy a estar. Ok. Entonces voy a ir despacio. Entonces, quiero decirles que puedo ser testigo de que todas estas cuestiones que nos están dando los padres, al venir yo a hablar en español, les quiero dar esa enseñanza de que no haya barreras, de que tenemos un poquito más de 9,000 aprendices de inglés. Tenemos un poquito más, entre 19 idiomas que se hablan en el distrito. Entonces, sorry.
What I'm telling, and from the questions that I received from the parents, and the reason why I'm speaking in Spanish is because I'm trying to tell the rest of the parents that do not speak English that they can still come to the meetings and speak in Spanish, because we have more than 9,000 families who speak Spanish, and also about 19,000 families with different languages throughout the district.
So, lo que quiero hacer hincapié y resaltar es uno de los cuestiones que dijeron unos padres, que haya el servicio a los padres cuando llegan a las escuelas y que esto empiece desde el director. Les puedo decir yo que yo he mirado muchos cambios, lo he mirado en 2 de las escuelas que he estado participando, pero seguimos viendo que continúan estos comentarios por parte de padres.
¿Cuáles servicios? ¿Servicios en general?
Oh, sí, en general,
Okay.
cuando van a la escuela.
Yes, and what the parents want is to have services, but not just for the students, but also for the parents, because they go to the schools and sometimes they don't have those services. But I have been witness that at least 2 schools that I've been serving, they do have such services.
Hemos mejorado cuando un padre va a una escuela y los que están enfrente de la escuela son los ojos, es la cara de la escuela. Y cada cara de la escuela es la cara del distrito.
¿Se refiere a la recepcionista?
Sí, toda la...
Yes, and yes, that everybody has to give those services, and some of the persons who cooperate are the principal, but when we go to the school, the eyes and the face of the school, which is also the face of the district, is the front of the school, the people who work in front of the school.
Y aquí no es de que si todas las escuelas tienen este problema o no, con que una sola escuela, un solo padre haya puesto este comentario, significa que tenemos que seguir trabajando. Y sé que lo estamos haciendo gracias al apoyo de la doctora Ana María Álvarez. Sé que hay muchísimos cambios y mejorías que han habido, pero tenemos que seguir trabajando. Esto es uno de los ejemplos.
And yes, we've been having some of the problems, and we have received support, especially from Ms. Ana Marina, but we've been having some problems on services, but as we continue, we need to continue working to receive support. And like I said, Ms. Doctora Ana Marina has given us support, so we need to continue working on that.
¿Lo puede deslizar un poquito para arriba, por favor? Scroll it up. Thank you. Otro punto es, quieren los padres de cómo es la conectividad, cómo es la comunicación que tiene la escuela con los padres de familia de los aprendices de inglés.
Also, what they want, the parents want, and they are asking is to improve the communication between the school and the students who are learning English. And in the previous comment that she was talking, she also mentioned that if one person received a bad or negative action from people who are at the front of the school, it means not just for that school, but that represents the whole district. So it taints the whole district.
Entonces, también hay comentarios de falta de traducción, interpretación, y eso mismo va a causar una barrera para que los padres aprendices de inglés se acerquen a la escuela, que ha sido una de las preguntas que todos estos años y siempre he escuchado, ¿qué hace el distrito para que mejore el envolvimiento de los padres?
And one of the questions that the parents have is, what is the school doing regarding, again, communication and interpretation services for the parents? And what is the district doing to improve this detail of communicating with the parents and with the students and the interpretation? And what else? I forgot. I forgot already.
Que se involucren con sus hijos.
And so this is what causes the lack of involvement with the schools, because they do not receive the communication that they need to.
Otro punto es que se nos pidió también, tanto a la mesa directiva de DILAC, que les proveamos no nada más la traducción, la interpretación, sino también la traducción de los documentos. Ejemplo, las presentaciones. Es algo que estuvimos trabajando, lo pedimos y recibimos inmediatamente el apoyo de la doctora Ms. Árvales. Y en esta junta que tuvimos, fue posible que nos dieran adelantado la traducción de documentos de las presentaciones en español. Entonces fue de muchísima ayuda y sé que no siempre se va a poder hacer, pero es un avance, es un gran avance de una junta a otra, ya lo teníamos ahí listo.
Then another point that the parents are doing is that if we can receive documentation in Spanish regarding the presentations, because if we could get it beforehand, it's very useful. And like we made the request, and Dr. Alvarez made us that possible. So it was very useful, and it was very surprising that from one meeting to another, they receive all the presentation in Spanish. So it's not requested only the interpretation, but also the translation of the documents.
Y con esto quiero mencionarles que siempre les decimos a los padres de varias formas cómo nos pueden hacer llegar todas sus preguntas o sugerencias, porque es imposible que en 2 horas lo hagamos. Y sé que muchos nos los piden, quieren más tiempo de preguntas, y no es que no queramos, pero les damos todas las vías. Siempre están abiertas las vías, correo electrónico, texto, tenemos un grupo de WhatsApp, lo pueden mandar después de la junta. Entonces, siempre tienen todas las vías, y es lo que les digo a los padres, no se queden con dudas, compártanlas. Si ustedes nos hacen saber sus dudas, sus preguntas, sus necesidades, entonces van a poder saber, el board va a poder saber qué es lo que ocupamos para el apoyo de nuestros hijos. Si nada más lo comentamos en nosotros, pero no se los hacemos llegar, ¿cómo van a saber? ¿Cómo nos van a poder apoyar?
Then we tell the parents that they have all sorts of communication with us and with the board, so they need to utilize those communication tools that we have. We have WhatsApp, we have email, we have Instagram. It's a good number of items. And if they don't talk to us, if they don't let us know what they need, then we cannot let the board know what the parents need. So they need to utilize those tools that they have. And it's not that sometimes we don't want to tell the board what they need, but sometimes we don't receive that communication, but we are willing to get all that information.
Y otro de los puntos bien importantes que no se me puede pasar es de que siempre habemos padres que hemos pedido transportación cuando queremos ir a un taller. Y, por ejemplo, a la Secretaría de Educación Pública del Condado de San Diego, hay padres que no tienen transporte, o habemos padres que no nos sentimos muy confiables en ir mucho más allá de nuestro alrededor de nuestro hogar. Entonces, yo he mirado todos los años que tengo en este distrito, ese ha sido uno de los impedimentos para que más papás se animen a participar en este tipo de eventos, no nada más a nivel de aquí del distrito, no, más allá del distrito. Y igual, inmediatamente Miss Griselda Delgado nos proveyó que si habemos más de 10 padres, se nos proveerá un autobús si vamos a un taller en enero, y si no, y si habemos solo 3 padres, ella nos llevaría en persona a tener estos talleres en enero.
Okay, yes, another problem is the transportation, because there are no transportation for the parents to go to the meetings or conferences that are of interest to the parents. So we also are requesting the transportation. Dr. Delgado offered us that if we get together about 10 parents, then transportation might be given to us. But if it's less than 10 parents, then she offered that if it's at least 3 parents, then she would be able to take us to those meetings. And that is a problem that we have been facing all the years that I've been participating in the district, that there's no transportation.
Y por último, uno de los comentarios extras que no fueron sobre los temas que se nos dieron en la presentación es la necesidad discúlpenme, cuando falta de sustitutos, estamos viendo muchísimos problemas con la falta de sustitutos. Creo que ese fue un comentario que se hizo bastante con los padres presentes, que miramos en cada una de las escuelas la falta de sustitutos. Entonces, de aquí le pasaría yo la palabra a Ms. Jagger.
One of the last comments that parents were talking about is the lack of substitute teachers, that this has been a problem lately where the teachers are absent and we don't have sufficient substitute teachers in the district.
Good evening to the board and all the parents that are watching. My name is Elizabeth Yeager, and I have the honor of being the president of the District Parent Advisory Council, and the student of this wonderful president for DLAC Council, Ms. Guadalupe Estrada. I learned so much from you, and I'm really grateful. She's asked me to speak about some of the comments because it was a joint meeting from DLAC and DPAC last in November. And I want to say that I have been able to serve, and I'm glad I've been able to serve on the District Parent Advisory Council for several years now. And in those times when I had the honor to serve as president, it really has been important to me to help remove obstacles for the parents who are going above and beyond and volunteering and coming to be on a district representative. In that vein, I would like to ask if you would be willing to translate what I'm going to say into Spanish, because we have had so many technology problems with the translations and interpretations for our parents. And like President Estrada, I would like to make sure that the parents that are not English speakers have some representation, and they see that they're represented by people also who, maybe I am not a very good Spanish speaker, as you may remember from last month.
Tuvimos una junta de DPAC y DLAC juntos y estuvimos hablando sobre todos estos comentarios que los papás nos estuvieron haciendo sobre problemas o algunas situaciones que se puedan mejorar en el distrito, en las escuelas también, y también queremos que se escuche la voz de las personas que hablan en español, que sepan que aunque a veces hay problemas de comunicación o de tecnología, siempre hay alguna manera de que se escuche su voz y se haga los comentarios necesarios aquí a estas juntas para que se puedan ver posibles soluciones.
So we had the pleasure of hosting Dr. Aguirre at our joint meeting, and he spoke about the possible changes to the trustee areas and how that might affect, the redistricting might affect parents so they could have an understanding. And I was very pleased that he provided this presentation in English and in Spanish in serial like this. So, so he did not say anything extra to our Spanish-speaking parents. He was able to speak directly to the parents in at least dos idiomas, in two languages. Even though, as we said, there's 19,000 families who don't really speak English in our district, and we have to represent everybody. So one of the questions or comments that we received, you'll see it in the report, in President Estrada's report. It says that can DPAC meetings always be in English? Confused with translation and concerned about being unable to bring information back to school site council, please email English presentation. And I want to say that this is a beautiful growth opportunity for those parents of us that we happen to speak the majority language or follow the majority religion or whatever, so that we can have some empathy and to learn the struggles that other, what I'm going to say, are marginalized people and communities, but really they shouldn't be marginalized because we are all one. So that's a goal. So this is a chance for them, and I spoke to them at our next meeting about how that's a way to see and be like amazed at the struggles that our parents have every day trying to interact with their school teachers and their administrative offices, and that we have to represent those people as well, and if we have to know about those people in order to represent them correctly. So that is how I'm addressing it to them, and that is why I'm asking for that any parents that are listening that do not speak English are able to get a direct translation, because again, a lot of times they're having to call into a Zoom meeting and then call into another number to listen to the Zoom meeting translated, and it's nothing like this. And you already see that there's problems that people are having here.
Tuvimos el honor de tener al superintendente Aguirre con nosotros, hablando en nuestra junta, y él habló en inglés y en español. Y lo que queremos también es que muchos papás tienen problemas para escuchar esta traducción en el internet. Nos gustaría también poder ayudar a todas estas familias que no entienden el idioma, que son más de 19,000, que se haga una junta también al mismo tiempo en español, como la estamos haciendo ahorita, para que estas personas puedan escuchar de lo que se trata y puedan participar también en nuestras juntas.
That the speaker, I just want to reiterate that our speaker, Dr. Aguirre, spoke in English and in Spanish and was saying the same thing. So it was a good opportunity for English-speaking parents to understand that that's a problem.
Cuando tuvimos al superintendente Aguirre con nosotros, él habló en español y también en inglés al mismo tiempo, en la misma junta, y esto sentimos que fue algo de mucho beneficio para todas las personas que estaban escuchando, y nos gustaría que se hiciera este tipo de traducción al mismo tiempo para todas las familias.
Gracias. So I just want to thank you all again, and to thank you for continuing, not just resting on your laurels, but continuing to spread the boundaries and let more and more parents feel accepted. It's going to take more than just a little bit of time before our parents will trust that we are going to have transportation for you. We're going to have to show them and then let them come. We can't rely on them coming, because they have been coming to us and asking for it for years.
Tenemos que ver la manera de cómo ayudar a todos estos padres para que sean transportados a los diferentes talleres que tenemos, porque es algo que han estado pidiendo durante muchos años, y para estas personas es muy difícil el transporte para llegar a los lugares, y por esto muchas veces no participan en talleres tan importantes para todos nosotros.
And I just want to end by saying thank you, and I'm grateful that I'm able to come here and stand before you. And I was trained by my mom, who was on one of the original district San Diego Parent Advisory Council, whatever it was called. And also to say that I'm glad that I'm able to wear a mask to protect the people around me, that I don't have any difficulty, and that I appreciate that you created this safe space for people. We have people here who have compromised immune systems, and it really makes it, it's a safe place for them, and that's what we need, is safe places.
Me da mucho gusto estar aquí delante de ustedes. También vengo de mis padres, que también han participado en el distrito y en las juntas, y para mí también es muy importante que ustedes nos cuiden a todos nosotros y nos impongan lo que es ahorita usar las máscaras que se tiene que usar por la salud, y así cuidarnos unos a otros. Así que muchas gracias por implementar esta situación. Gracias.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions for?
Yeah, did we have any questions or comments from the board? I'll just say thank you for your work and your reports. You do a very fine job. Let me just say that, and thank you from the governing board. And I got word when Dr. Aguirre spoke in Spanish. I don't know if that's ever happened there, and that was probably very impactful. And we hear your requests and we read your items, and the superintendent, will work on that. Anything else?
I just want to say gracias, thank you, salamat, and so thank you for the work that you do as parents. It's critical that we have an open line of communication, and so that work is critical if we're to support all of our families. So thank you. Gracias.
I do want to thank also Daniel Winters, because when he comes to the meetings, and if a parent asks them a question in Spanish, he answers them in Spanish first, and then he translates it to English. And I really appreciate that leadership from him too. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to take a bathroom break here for 10 minutes. So we'll be start again at What time is it? 8:35. I'll reconvene the meeting. This is the point on the agenda where members of the public may address the board on any matter not on the agenda and have 3 minutes each to do so. The Board of Trustees cannot legally take action on or respond to matters not posted on the public agenda, but will refer the matter to the superintendent's office for review and report. Thank you for your cooperation, and just a reminder, like I said earlier in the meeting, we'll be limiting items to 20 minutes, so that'll include this public comment section. Thank you.
First speaker is Greg Cobb.
Sorry. Okay, so are we sharing our opinions here, or should we wait for the time allotted for those who are going to? No, let's wait for time allotted, of course. Okay, thank you.
Is Greg Cobb on the phone?
This is Greg.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. I want to say thank you to everyone here. A couple of things I want to address. I am a teacher. I'm an education specialist over at East Hills Academy. And I had a couple of statements in regard to leadership, and one of them was like with our relationship building. You know, that's the whole foundation for being for a higher performing team. Agility and adaptability, what you guys showed this evening, is fine. It's also staying on the cutting edge and being held accountable in response to change. Innovation and creativity. Schedule some time for us to talk and also schedule time for us to think. Employee motivation and improve our company efficiency, I think, need to be addressed. Decision making, so we can produce some of the best results possible, and we need to know what some of our values are. Communication to convey information effectively, I think we need a little work on that. And team building, and we need to understand that's unity and strength. My concerns are very straightforward. Do we as a district have strategies being implemented to accommodate this possible vaccine mandate? Do we have online curriculum? Or we have teachers being trained for independent study due to AB 130? And do we have a location for some of the students and staff who we know will not sit there and adhere to the mandate? Number two, as we push this social and emotional growth, although the district has roughly 10 licensed MFTs, and they have unrealistic caseloads, this department has lost 8 individuals and 3 program managers over the last 2 to 3 years, and I think that needs to be addressed. Number 3, why do we only seem to have one person creating partnership, job, workability, internship in the community where we have over 37,000 students? Also, our job fairs should include students as well as parents. They could benefit. Number 4, why has this entire semester been completed without any NCI training or professional development for the schools that have to have more challenging students, where we have to sit there and be put in situations where staff are being assaulted, kids are injuring themselves, but yet we still have not completed or had any NCI training? Number 5, what about reevaluating our college student week, where we could have the students spend 5 days at Southwestern, auditing some classes and completing some digital scavenger hunts while they're there, so they can see what college is like. Not everyone's going to go to a university, and we need to sit there and help empower some of our technical training schools also inside some of that college and career readiness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen Shears. Mrs. Cheers?
Hello?
Oh, Mrs. Cheers?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening. I would like to begin by thanking General Counsel Carbuccia and Dr. Winters for their responses to emails I sent regarding agenda item questions. While some may be thinking, isn't that their responsibility? Yes, it is. However, what is noteworthy is the fact they responded off hours during what should have been their personal time. One, in fact, at 9:20 Thursday p.m. They are examples of our many hardworking Sweetwater employees. I would be remiss if I didn't also recognize others like Dr. Alvarez and Ms. Quirk, who have done the same historically. I am in need of clarification on a response Dr. Aguirre gave during a recent DLAC meeting. The question was related to current trustees' term limits and if the new boundaries would effectively voter-mandated 2 terms. I unfortunately do not speak Spanish, shame on me, and the 2 individuals I asked to interpret stated the answer was not clear. Respectfully, I would appreciate clarification. While I do not hold the district responsible for the rash of recent phone calls threatening school shootings, I would like to respectfully ask for a board presentation detailing what current protocols are in place in response to these calls, specifically the consequences for any student involved. Have you considered instituting a fine on parents? Follow-up question, do all schools have caller ID? Agenda item F5 deals with restorative practices and parental engagement. Perhaps the topic could be broached during Ms. Rarucha's presentation and training. In response to a recent 10 News story, respectfully, I have another ask. While I believe Sweetwater teachers are exemplary, as in other professions, a few bad apples can be found. During the past 12 years, the community has read several stories involving inappropriate teacher on student behavior of a sexual nature. It is time for the district to present to the community the written, board-approved protocols when such an allegation is made, the investigative process, detailed consequences. Over many years, it has been reported millions have been paid out to the young victim. Not that money can ever erase the trauma. And the teacher has the option to resign and or move on to another district or retire. For the record, we need to know what happens. What are the consequences? How is the district protecting our children? The reputations of our great teachers, educational tax dollars, and its own reputation calls for disclosure of protocols. I'd contacted the district recommending the DAC meetings be filmed, translated, and available on YouTube. Hopefully the board agrees this would be an informative resource for those who cannot attend and those who are ignorant of the Spanish language. In closing, I would like to send best wishes for a happy holiday season and a great new year. Thank you.
Nick Marinovich.
Good evening. I guess happy holidays and happy new year if I don't talk to you again after this meeting. There are 3 major issues I wanted to cover. One was CSBA, second was regarding test scores, and third regarding the financial clock that is ticking when the money dries out from the various sources here recently. But before I do that, I want to tell you, I listened to Dr. Sokhal's presentation and got to thinking of what this district was like years before even you 5 were up there. And I've been around government like 40 years or more, and I never quite, I'd have to think hard to find a bigger turnaround in an operation of how it does business, the financial accounting, so I really want to give her the huge compliment. But to my subjects, test scores. There was this report that put out by the Voice of San Diego where they compared its scores by district, our schools, and how you should have done with the income level and versus how you actually performed. And here's the bottom line, and I was kind of astonished when I looked at the data. You know, the district's not doing very well. I think you know that. And it's just pretty frustrating to look at the information. Secondly, the financial clock that's ticking. I was a board member, not one, no one would ever want to be one. But if I was, every few months I'd ask, how's our staffing levels? You know, how's it compared to our ADA? And what are we doing to reduce the structural issues that are going to be in place years, not too far in the future, when you've got so many people relative to the amount of income coming in, given the declining ADA and no more COVID money coming in. The final issue is CSBA. I know it was lauded earlier, but I'd ask the question because I got privy to information. There were 2 speakers at this convention. One of them was a financial advisor to a certain school district in the southern part of the region that was under an SEC investigation. and that they were invited speakers, a part of a panel. And I just kind of go, oh, well, I wonder about that. The second speaker was many years ago, was a consultant to the firm that was involved in the corruption for Sweetwater. Luau's and all that stuff, and part of a plea bargain in those trials. And further on, many years now, recently, is also involved in an investigation for the El Rancho School District. It was a FICMAT audit. That person was a guest speaker at CSBA, and I go, CSBA is a very powerful organization, does a lot of good, I'm sure, has a lot of influence. But man, I know some of you are representatives, I would start asking questions on the protocol. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert Farrell.
First of all, I want to say thank you to the Sweetwater School Board. Everyone here has been nothing but personally kind to me, and I have truly appreciated the time and attention each of you has given me over the years. I especially want to thank Ms. Paula Hall for guest speaking at a government class that I taught one summer. That meant a lot to me and to my students, and that was one of the highlights of my 15 years with Sweetwater. I have only 2 wishes in regard to Sweetwater. My first wish is that we would move from being a 712 district, and by the way, neither of my wishes will cost any money, but move from being a 712 district to a 7 adult education district. While my 712 colleagues, many of them more like brothers and sisters than coworkers to me, are the foundation, adult education builds on that foundation by creating additional graduates, not only from those who were unable to complete, but also by furthering the education of immigrants from all over the world. Adult education also increases employability, citizenship, and voters, many of whom I have encouraged to vote for the members of this board. I want to add that despite what was said a few weeks ago, adult education is far from toxic, and much of that is because of Dr. Ryan Burke, a true leader in every sense of the word. My hope is to see this district support him as much as possible and keep him here as long as possible. A 7 adult ed district is a very simple way of acknowledging all of our teachers. My second wish is that Sweetwater would change its slogan from putting students first to something perhaps a bit more radical, putting teachers first. Yes, let's put teachers first, because what I wish to see is that we who are on the front lines are afforded every respect, courtesy, and benefit available. A happy and safe employee is a productive one. Every decision made here should be couched with the question in mind, does this put teachers first? I promise you, if you put teachers first, you will be putting students first. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Ashley. She didn't put a last name.
Good evening. I am one of the dozens now of parents that are sitting outside in the cold and the rain. There were nearly 100 earlier, and I'm not quite sure why we aren't allowed to be inside and at least out of the cold, or at least offered the ability to use the restroom for those of us who have asked. But I'm here just to say I wanted to be clear about something. This is not about being pro-vaccine or anti-vaccine. If your kids attend public school, they've been vaccinated. This is about the right to choose what goes into your body without coercion. If someone puts a gun to your head and says, give me your car keys, phone, and wallet, and you comply, technically you made that choice. But it wasn't made willingly. You didn't freely choose to give that thief your stuff. You were coerced. Apply that same logic here. The choice is lose your career, the means to support your family you've invested time and money into, or participate in a clinical trial for an experimental drug. And pray you don't join the 927,738 people who have had an adverse reaction to this jab, per openvayers.com. Because you can't sue anyone if you do. Losing your right to receive an education in person over this is unacceptable. We cannot do this to our kids. If you willingly choose to get vaccinated, cool. I respect that. It's fine. The coercion aspect of this whole thing is what many of us have a big problem with. Thank you so much.
Jeff Eisler.
My name is Jeff, and I'm the father of two. I'm here to remind all of you that you have absolutely no legal right to mandate this most deadly experimental COVID shot on our children. I'm not even going to call it a vaccine because it's actually DNA-altering gene therapy, and quite frankly, it's a time-release murder weapon. In addition to being a father, I'm also a retired police sergeant. After a very long career, I know a thing or two about following a trail of leads to get to the truth. With time on my hands, I've done nothing but investigate all of this most criminal deception since March of 2020. If you haven't figured it out yet, a majority of the population has been duped, and we are in the middle of the second Holocaust. COVID was a long-planned big scam to get the purposely misdirected population to not only accept but to beg for these depopulation shots. Now, I'm sorry, but that's what they are. The PCR test is a purposeful fraud with up to 97% false positives. Testing positive means absolutely nothing, but it keeps the lie going. Many of you must realize that by now. When people say trust the science, it signals blind obedience and intellectual dishonesty. It doesn't take a genius or even a 25-year cop to raise an eyebrow to companies who benefit financially from a health product with no long-term studies, a paper trail of adverse events, former fraud charges, purposely not revealing the ingredients, and who have complete immunity for negative consequences to those who take it. That's not conspiracy, folks, it's common sense. Have you been checking VAERS? I have. We're at over 19,000 dead and 1.8 million adverse events in the US alone from these shots. And that's with only 1 to 10% reporting. This is horrific. Thousands of doctors have been ringing the alarm bells yet being quieted. Is that not odd to any of you? We have several medications that work effectively, yet they've been suppressed. The hospital protocol is what's been killing people. Please, just employ some critical thinking before it's too late. Kids are not even at risk for COVID. The survivability is 99.997%. Rady's Children's Hospital just put out a communication that the flu is more dangerous to kids. The number of myocarditis and pericarditis in kids.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
That wasn't
Next.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Deanne.
Courtney Sewell.
Courtney Sewell? We're checking.
These are for non-agenda items, so this would not be for Q6 items. They filled out cards for non-agenda items.
Courtney Sewell does not appear to be here.
Okay, and a Caleb? Caleb? No last name indicated.
No appearance of Caleb.
Okay, no further speakers on public communication.
Thank you. Clerk of the board, will you please read the items being pulled from the consent agenda?
Yes, the following items are pulled: F3 by staff, F6 by staff, F8 by staff, F11 by the public, F14 by the public, F15 by the public, G1 by the public, G2 by the public, G3 by Mrs. Hall, G6 by Mr. Tarantino, G7 has been withdrawn by staff, G16 by staff, K5 by staff and Mr. Tarantino, L1 by the public, L2 by the public, M1 by Mr. Tarantino and the public, Q1 by staff, Q2 by staff, and Q6 by staff, Mr. Tarantino, and the public.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read?
So move.
I'll second.
Who's in second? Vote, please.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, let's go to F3, report on board requests for info and policy direction. I'll go first. I attended the CSBA conference I'm a delegate, and I attended for 5 days. It was a very good conference, and it was in person. I was actually there in person, which was quite unique. You know, the first time in a long time with, I think they had 2,800 participants. I have notes on my phone for some of the sessions I went to. I could tell you they had a really good speaker to open up the conference, Dr. Rios, a gentleman who, Victor, I believe his name, Victor Rios, who's a gentleman, he's a professor out of UC Santa Barbara, who shared his story of high school and getting involved in gangs, and I'll just give a quick version of his story. His buddy that he was in a gang with got shot and killed, and after that happened, he remembered a teacher saying to him, "Hey, I'm always here for you." He remembered that teacher, and he went to that teacher, and that teacher, didn't forget that and supported him and told him, I'm here to help, but you're going to work. He worked, did all the things he needed to do, got into, finished his high school, went into college, and just has, it's an incredible story. And I think the main thing is that it was a teacher who that obviously had a major impact on his life, and it was a really awesome story. And he has his information is online. I also heard from a number of experts that talked about legislation that might be coming around this next legislative cycle, and we've been briefed on that, and it's a lot of the same as we've heard. I attended a session on career technical education, and it was put on by a county, and they had quite a program of the county board school from Ventura, I believe it was, and it was a really good presentation, and it had a lot of partnerships. And I think we're in like a similar demographic with, not just demographic, but with the military. They have like a high military jobs around there, and they're very technical, and they really have a real good partnership with them, and I'm sure we have some of the same. But I learned a lot out of that. I also attended the CTE, some CTE walks with the superintendent, Dr. Alvarez, and all those involved in that. At SUHI, we walked in, and I won't say every classroom we went to, but I could tell you when we went into a classroom where there was CTE, and there was like there was probably 7 or 8 of us, I would say, at least. And the students paid no mind to what we were doing because they were totally focused on what they were doing. And it was just so awesome to see that. And I really, was really impressed to see that, and they're really, they're super engaged, and, but, they were, and we talked about, some of the rooms were a little small, but we're going to try to work on that to try to give them more room and improve that situation. And it was really cool. And I did the same thing at Mar Vista, and same thing. We walked into a architectural and engineering class, and they were modeling 3D drawings, and they were just super engaged, and it was just very impressive. And then the last thing, only thing I like to ask is that we make sure that at all our school sites that the superintendent picture and all the board members are up to date at all sites. And that's all I have. Who's next? Anybody? Mr. Tarantino, thank you.
Thank you, President Segura. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Jonathan Eppert, senior at Hilltop High, and Xiomara Villarreal Gerardo, graduate of Eastlake High, for being selected by the San Diego Public Defender's Office as 2 of the San Diego County's 25 most remarkable teens. This award program recognizes San Diego County youth ages 13 to 19 who have adapted to challenging life experiences and bounced back from setbacks and go on to be successful, all without engaging in risky behaviors and/or drugs. Jonathan plans to become a pediatric nurse at Rady's Children's Hospital, the same facility where he underwent cancer treatment for Hodgkin lymphoma, while Xiomara is currently attending San Diego State University and majoring in journalism. Congratulations to both of them. Also, congratulations to Alejandra Ali Martinez, graduate of Olympian High, and who now attends Brown University, in being awarded the prestigious Rhodes Scholarship for graduate study at Oxford University next fall. At Oxford, Alejandra plans to pursue a doctoral degree in migration studies. We wish her well in her academic endeavors. Congratulations to both Marcel Mayer and Destiny Rodriguez, who both attended Eastlake High, for being selected as the best prep youth athletes in the Star News Readers Best of South County poll, determined by 73,000 readers who had the opportunity to vote for their favorite people, places, and things. Congratulations to Michelle Armiento of Bonita Vista High and Isabella Vasquez of Chula Vista High, who earned the Better Business Bureau's Ethical Torch Essay Scholarship for their winning essay on the importance of character and ethics. Michelle earned second place with a $1,250 scholarship, and Isabella earned fourth place with a $750 scholarship. Congratulations to both those students. I'd like to also thank the administrators and administrations and staffs of both Eastlake High and Otay Ranch High for inviting me to the stakeholder session in their respective WASC process. Based on the discussions, it was clear that the visiting teams at both sites were impressed with what they saw, and what was put in the WASC report was validated by their interaction with students and staff. Congratulations to both those schools. Finally, I have one ask. I would like to ask that an item be placed for discussion on the January agenda dealing with the reinstatement of the full stipend for members of the board. And last of all, wish everybody a great winter break. Take time for yourselves, your families, and your friends, and come back in January ready to go for the second semester. That's all I have.
Thank you, Trustee Tarantino. Trustee Hall, go ahead.
Thank you, President Segura. And yes, I just wanted to, I'm going to make it brief, but I do have a shout out to Principal Arturo Montano of Southwest High. You'll recall at our last board meeting, I spoke about meeting with the principal and administration of Mar Vista High and how fruitful that meeting was. I was able to meet with Principal Montano after our last board meeting, and really he shared a lot of exciting things that are going on with the school and all about his approach to the impact, how he really impacts students' learning, and that's really with the teachers. Obviously, as we heard from Mr. Farrell, who made comments earlier, teachers are the critical link to all of that, but if the adults aren't learning, then the kids won't learn. So we're all constant, hopefully lifelong learners, and I just wanted to let you know, I think he did a wonderful job. He has been doing some really monthly meetings around restorative practices. They highlight a particular subject every month, and really how that goes into the classroom across the school. I think the approach is really well worth looking into because it's really reaping rewards there. And I also attended the CSBA, but I attended the virtual sessions last week, and I was really impressed. I agree totally with President Segura. Dr. Rios was phenomenal in what he shared and his life experiences and his overcoming. And I think he's an inspiration as a teacher, as a professor, as a speaker, but also as a life example of students that you can overcome. Your life is not finished at one juncture. There's many junctures in your life, and the roads and choices you make are very important. And I think I just want to thank Mrs. Beal and the staff at Alta Vista, because I think it was phenomenal what they did for those students. To show that every student, but especially ones that are struggling, they're as important as anybody with a really strong family to support them. These kids are doing great things and they will. And I expect out of those classes that come from that school, we'll see somebody like a Dr. Rios eventually one day, really leading change, much needed change for their generation. So I do want to ask that if possible, because of that resolution that we had this evening that was spoken to by so many of our Jewish community, that we do have in the springtime that Dr. Aguirre and staff would bring a report on the progress of implementing these programs to support and spread equity, but also anti-racial and all the different programs that we're hoping to really build the capacity among our staff and students to address racism and to support people. So I'd like to see how we're doing on that and on the ethnic studies implementation so that we can really understand where we're at and periodically bring it back in the following years as a means to measure how we're doing to implement those things. And the other request I have is about the facilities for the adult ed, and if there could be a report on how often those facilities are being inspected by maintenance, and the list of repairs that they have on their list for current need, especially as it relates to safety at those schools, because I know there's a lot of there can be issues with perhaps handicap ramps or the PA systems not being able to really be they're in disrepair, so that announcements are not heard. That can be a safety issue if there's anything going on at the school and at night with the lights in the parking lots and things and across the campuses, if there's sufficient lighting to ensure that students are safe during those hours. So I'd like to have a report on that and see what the plan is to address any issues. That's my request. And I think Mr. Tarantino made his request. I was going to bring that same one. So that's it. I thank you all. And I really appreciate everyone's work, the hard work that has gone on this year. I can't tell you enough how responsive everyone has been. And Dr. Aguirre, you have a great team, and I hope we continue in that direction in months to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hall. Anybody else have any comments? Vice President Solis?
Thank you, President Segura. I just wanted to say thank you to all the staff for all the hard work this year. I know it's been tough, and really appreciate all the dedication that you all put in, and it really it doesn't go unnoticed, because it's amazing the work that you've done during this crazy time. So thank you very much for that. I also attended the CSBA conference, and it was Dr. Rios was amazing, and there was a lot of good sessions, and I won't go through all the ones that I attended, but I know I'll send some information forward to Dr. Aguirre that we can look into for our district. I attended the 12-star holiday celebration to the Navy with the invitation of Rear Admiral Barnett, and was able to speak to a couple people there, and one was a captain, forgot his name. I'll get his card. And he was talking about he was from the Coast Guard, and he was saying they have an auxiliary Coast Guard, and was their auxiliary Coast Guard mainly consists of older people. So he was trying to see about looking into getting younger people to come out and volunteer. So he said that they take them in as young as 17. So I'll get Dr. Aguirre the info, but if we can get in contact with them and see what we can do with our schools. If any of our young students are interested to getting maybe into the Coast Guard or any service when they get out of high school, this would help their resume. So that might be a good thing to see, maybe if we can connect there some way. And also just wanted to say Happy Hanukkah, Posadas, Winter Solstice, Christmas, Kwanzaa, and Happy New Year to everybody. Thank you for everything you do.
Thank you, Vice President Solis. Anyone else? If not, we can move on. Dr. Aracibia?
I wanted to say thank you to all the staff and faculty and administrators that worked really hard this last year, and happy holidays. In the interest of time, we have 17 items or plus, so let's just move in on this.
Thank you. F6, our annual organizational meeting.
On this one, I'll ask Ms. Vicero to lead the conversation. Ms. Vicero?
This is the item for the board to select its new officers for the coming year and the new members to the subcommittees. So if the board would like to take each one separately, the first office is for president.
Sure. I know we should, go ahead, Trustee Hall.
I was going to nominate Arturo Solis.
I will second that. Let's vote.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. The next office is vice president.
I'll nominate Trustee Hall for vice president.
I'll second.
Second.
Let's vote, please.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I'd like to make a motion to designate Deanne Vicedo as the clerk of the Board of Trustees of the Sweetwater Union High School District.
Second.
Second.
Let's vote.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I'd like to make a motion to designate Dr. Aguirre as the secretary of the Board of Trustees of the Sweetwater Union High School District.
Second.
I'll make that motion. Oh, seconds.
Oh.
Move and seconded. Vote, please.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
And then we have the subcommittees.
Yes.
We have the Audit, Finance, Facilities, and Legislative as the currently active subcommittees.
Okay. Let's go with the first one. Paula, I'd like to nominate Paula as the chair of the Audit and Finance, and I would be happy to be the, there's two, right?
Yes.
And to be the other person on that committee.
I accept.
Thank
So
you.
moved.
All right, let's vote.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
The facilities.
The current members are Tarantino and Arancibia.
Move to keep those.
I'd like to stay on that committee as well.
I'll second it. Let's vote, please.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Legislative subcommittee. I'd like to stay on that if possible.
I'll second that.
Yeah. Who's the second member? There's two members. Would Mr. Solis like to be on that committee?
Yes.
All right. That's my motion.
Seconded.
Thank you. Vote, please.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And then who is the CSBA? Is that me that's up?
Yeah, that's the next item.
Okay. I'd truly appreciate it if I could serve on that. I plan on getting more involved there now that I'm retired, and we'd look forward to serving on that.
Yes, I'd like to nominate President Segura.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Vote, please.
Arancibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody stepping up for these leadership roles. Let's move to F8.
That was F8, sir.
Thank you. I had it circled too. F11. Which is?
Yes, I have a speaker to this item. F11, Kathleen Cheers.
Pass.
Pass?
Pass.
Oh, thank you. No speakers.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Vote, please.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Move to F14.
F14, I have one speaker. Kathleen Cheers.
I appreciate Dr. Aguirre and the board's willingness to champion for special education and CTE. More aids, more resources are needed to offer our students a chance at a successful educational experience. Spare teachers as well are deserving of any, all, and more resources to meet the individual needs of our students. I once again believe the True Trades program is warranted and overdue. Our district had a True Trades program years ago. A return would be a win-win for those deserving students whose talents and interests are focused on careers in the trades. Dr. Wu's agenda write-up addressing the need for qualified teachers is a concern shared by many. I would respectfully like to recommend a consideration of internships be offered to new teachers. It would be a win-win for our students, the district, and the new teachers. Offering the opportunity to earn a salary while completing the requirement of in-class experience. It should include a binding contract. As an example, committing said intern to a 3-year obligation as a Sweetwater Union High School District employee. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve F14.
Second.
A second.
Oh.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
F15.
F15, I have one speaker. Kathleen Cheers? No, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, Kathleen Cheers.
While I do not present myself as a legal mental giant, there are 2 points I respectfully make. Page 5, first sentence. This was a reminder. It is imperative trustees are charged with the responsibility of due diligence. I do not expect any of you to duplicate the financial expertise of Dr. Salkeld. I do, however, expect you to listen to anyone who raises legitimate questions or concerns. I would also ask you do not simply rely on our audit subcommittee. While Dr. Salkeld or any future CFO is a member, we must never forget the alleged fraud that was inflicted on this community's taxpayers under our previous CFO. The majority of you are sick at nauseam of my reminders that certain members of this community, including myself, did everything but jump up and down on the dais trying to get your attention. The financials are wrong, fraudulent. You chose to ignore those who cared enough to speak up, a $30 million deficit. Page 6, under the heading Audited Financial Statements/Budgets, again, it was we who demanded to no avail in-depth scope. You were perfectly fine with weak ones, which simply added, subtracted columns, and if they added up, all was well. And I might remind you, this is with an audit chair whose employee was titled was Senior Budget Analyst, an audit subcommittee member who was a previous superintendent of city schools, and a subcommittee member who was a state fraud auditor. Taking into consideration the previous CFO's lack of financial education, expertise, or certification, this debacle stain will long remain a part of this board's legacy. Again, in-depth scope. If only you would have been transparent enough, cared enough to stand with the community and called for in-depth scope. Having said that, I would be remiss if I didn't mention Prop DD. If the deficit would have been made public, legally, DD could never have ever been floated. In closing, we are more than fortunate to have Dr. Salkfeld and the expertise she brings to the table. She is the one shining light out of this financial travesty. State, federal lawmakers, and the SEC need to do more to protect our tax dollars. Mandated strong, thorough scopes must become the standard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick Marinovich.
Move to approve?
We fully read this item. It was quite the read. But I wanted to really compliment the document, the preparation of the document, whoever takes responsibility for it. What struck me when reading through this document itself was the processes and how it's described or what you do to put together a complete, justifiable, defensible official statement is really good government process. The description of what you do and how you do it, who you collaborate with, and who double checks, is kind of like, I'd say, like where I used to work. This kind of stuff was second nature to the culture of the organization. And so what I hope that you learn through this whole process is that the bureaucratic culture of the organization matters to get things done correctly. And I would use this as a guidance of how to do that. My only specific comment is on page 9, first and second paragraphs. It talks something to the effect about what you say in public as a board member or staff. Make sure it's consistent because you're a public and elected, public official, an elected official. People listen to what you have to say, so don't give a rosy picture maybe in the future if that's really not the case, because these guidelines say you shouldn't do that. Again, in summary, a job well done, again, by the finance department. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Thank you. Do we have any comments from the board on F15? I'd just like to thank as well Dr. Getty and Dr. Salkov and our Jennifer, our counsel, and all the others who helped formulate this and with the feedback, which has been incorporated into the document. There's a number of things that we've already done, but a number of things we're going to be working on, and I just appreciate all that work. Anyone else? Not? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Oh.
Paul, did you have a question?
I can withdraw my hand. I was just going to say that I really appreciate where we are now. We have come a long way. There have been many people that worked to bring us to this point, and I would like to thank Dr. Scavarna as well, our financial advisor, the County Office of Ed, and especially our general counsel and the team that she brought together with Dr. Aguirre and Dr. Salkfeld, who would be, I think, have done phenomenal work. Thank you.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Oops. Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
G1.
I have one speaker. Kathleen Cheers. Mrs. Cheers?
Hello?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Understanding the importance of technology in today's curriculum, it is imperative our students and teachers have at their disposal modern technology. It is concerning to see schools are needing to use their Title I monies in this effort. I question why CARES Act and state COVID funds were not used and paid for out of the district budget versus the individual Title I schools budget. Yes, I am aware the individual schools approve these expenditures. I'm also aware of the burden placed on the SSCs when the district does not provide its students and teachers with the resources needed. It is clear more in-depth research needs to be done to itemize and calculate just how much has been spent on new technology in the past 3 years. Thank you.
Thank
No
you.
further speakers.
Do we have any comments or questions for item G1 from the board?
Excuse me?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes.
Yeah, hear you now.
All right. Yeah, do you have any comments or question on G1?
No, I'll make a motion to approve G1.
I'll second it.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
G2?
Yes, I have one speaker. Kathleen Cheers.
No, that was G1 and G2 was my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve G2.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
G3 pulled by Trustee Hall.
Yes, my questions were about the non-public schools and if there are regular check-ins by staff with the schools and do they do class visits? How are they vetted in order to be on a list of approved providers for educational services? Is it from the district itself other than our, or are they vetted through the County Office of Ed? I just would like, you could put that in a Friday memo. I emailed my questions earlier to Dr. Aguirre, and a Friday email will be sufficient for responding to that. Thank you. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve G3 if there's no public comment.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
G6 pulled by Mr. Tarantino.
Yes. I just wanted to make sure in the analysis, all of the schools participating in this program were listed, but on the scope of services, which appears on page 1, it also includes those offered through distance education. So I just wanted to make sure that included in this list of schools that are going to receive these services are Learning Center students who are assigned to Launch Academy and independent studies.
So with that, I'll ask Dr. Alvarez to respond to that. Dr. Alvarez?
Good evening, Dr. Aguirre, board members. Thank you. I hope everyone's doing well this evening. Yes, it does involve all of the schools and all the students. The learning centers, because they are currently under the auspice of each of those high schools, San Isidro, Sweetwater, and Chula Vista, they are included. With Launch becoming the Launch Virtual Academy, it's now included as well. And students' independent study will also be able to participate.
Thank you. That's all I had. No other questions? I'll move approval.
Second.
Moved and
I'll
seconded.
second.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. Vote, please.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Moves us to G16 and a presentation.
Thank you, President Segura. G16 is a report and a recommendation to approve the Educator Effectiveness Grant Implementation Funding Plan for the school years 21-22 through 25-26. I'll ask Dr. Winters to present this information. Dr. Winters.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. The Educator Effectiveness Grant comes from the California Department of Education and automatically awards money to schools based on the report you're going to approve this evening, we hope. And that work is basically professional learning over the next 4.5 years for the groups that you see listed here: teachers, counselors, paraprofessionals, and administrators. And just to reiterate, this grant begins in this spring and will go through 2026. In the next slide, you'll see the principles that guide the plan that we're presenting today. And those principles begin, oh yeah, I'm supposed to turn the next slide.
Yeah.
Multitasking is complicated. Begins with coherence, and that coherence, we mean that we're to have a very narrow focus in this work so that we can assure implementation is consistent. And that coherence can also be further developed by many of the efforts will guide this work are shared learning experiences and networks of improvement, networks of educators, of school leaders, district leaders working together. A large part of the work will be done through coaching and mentoring. This is an activity that is supported specifically in the Educator Effectiveness Grant by the CDE, and we believe is an optimal way to deliver that change of instruction and improvement in instruction that we want to see. Literacy will be the focus, but that literacy will be literacy across the curriculum, not just language arts, but across all content areas. It does not preclude us from doing other assessment or other instructional practices such as math and science with other grants that we have, but we will use these funds to focus specifically on literacy outreach. And when we say each student, we want to reiterate that the grant does specifically focus on the needs of some of our highest need students, language acquisitions for English learners, and inclusion of students with disabilities. Leadership is a key component of this grant, knowing that leadership is critical. Research tells us how much leadership is critical in changing instructional practices, and our work with the Wallace Foundation over the years has reiterated that point. And so several activities we have are about reinforcing and building our principal pipeline, beginning with aspiring administrators on through aspiring principals, et cetera. And finally, the last principle is that focus of deepening understanding. And so not doing short-term change, but really we're grateful that it is a long-term, multi-year program to build depth of understanding about these practices and not just superficial implementation. Some of the major activities I've already alluded to in those principles, but those begin with, again, coaching and mentoring to help change practice in the classroom and in the instructional leadership as well. We'll be working with several organizations to do both executive coaching and instructional coaching. I mentioned that shared learning that will happen in networks. We have existing networks such as site leadership teams and instructional leadership teams, as well as building some school networks of improvement with principals and their teams in a new format that we hope to implement over the course of this grant. And again, reiterating the fact that we will focus on literacy across the curriculum. We will include a lot of conferences and training in this grant. We know that we've been adamant about using the expertise that exists in our district over the past several years, and we still will do that. However, this is a great time to bring in new ideas with this infusion of funds for this purpose. And the challenge of getting subs in this environment makes it even better to bring in outside experts because subs is quite a challenge to accomplish right now. And finally, I'll mention again the leadership pipeline that we will support with the activities and funds for this grant. And the last slide just gives you a snapshot of the major areas of expenditures that will be utilized for this grant. Subs, consultants, conferences, stipends, all of those to support professional learning. We do have within the grant the salary of a program manager, as some of these programs will be new and others will require a good amount of support and guidance from this program manager who can lead this work. And finally, some extra duty and supplies. And so those are the major expenditure categories for the grants, and that covers the overall plan that we're presenting at this time. And welcome to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you, Dr. Winters. Do we have any comments on this?
There are no public speakers, no.
Okay. Do we have any comments or questions from the board? Vice President Solis.
Thank you, President Segura. With regards to the salary, the new position, is this position like just for the 5 years and then it's gone, or how's that going to work?
Yeah, at this time that those funds would, the grant, of course, there's no guarantee beyond that time that we would have funds for this. We can utilize our Title II funds and braid some of those funds together to extend the life of that person. But beyond that, we would either seek other funding if this grant does not exist from the state anymore. We have had partnerships with the Wallace Foundation, which has supported this work previously, and there's still an ongoing partnership there that could lead to further funds. But this grant is not guaranteed beyond that year.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. No more questions.
Thank you, Vice President Solis. Do we have any more questions, comments from the board? Nope. I believe we need to approve this, correct? Accept this?
Correct. We need to approve the plan.
So moved.
I will second.
I'll second. Okay.
Let's vote.
Arencibia?
Here, yes, sorry.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
That gets us down to K5.
Thank you, President Segura. I'll ask Dr. Sawkill to lead this conversation. Dr. Sawkill?
Dan, do you have the clicker? Thank you. So good evening again. We're presenting the first interim for the 2021-22 school year. These are the items that we'll be reviewing this evening, is looking at the requirements for the education code, the budget timeline, because we always present this as a point in time in our review. The various assumptions that go into this analysis, our considerations with the budget at this point, and also our multi-year projections, cash flow borrowings, and then we'll also discuss our different restricted funding sources, and then our staff recommendation. And so the requirement for the education code is that we bring forward before December 15th a projection of our budget based on actuals through the month of October 31st. Gives us an opportunity to look ahead and see if we need to make any adjustments since our budget revision or budget adoption. This is also an opportunity at this point and also during second interim where the board certifies, including the standardized account code structure report that you have in your packet, is looking at the financial condition for 3 years. The current year, 21-22, 22-23, and 23-24. This is the certification where there's 3 different criteria. Positive indicates that the district can meet its financial obligations for those 3 years. Qualified indicates that the district may not be able to meet those obligations, and negative is we're unable to make those obligations. So over the course of the last 3 years, we've gradually moved from negative back in 2018 to last year qualified, and then I will share shortly that we're making progress to positive after I've reviewed the financials. Again, this is a timeline that we typically share in our prior presentations related to the financials. It's the look ahead because we look at various factors, so where we've been over the course of the last few months since budget adoption, and why sometimes numbers may change because we have new information. So one key factor is the unaudited actual, so that's now that ending balance from September is now rolled into our beginning fund balance. But one other thing to note is our assumptions as we go into the next few slides are based on the governor's and the state's adopted budget from June. Those are the only assumptions we have at this point. One key consideration in our analysis for first interim relates to the enrollment projections. So that is an update. It is a variable that's going to change some of these items related to revenue. Because we had what's known as our census date is the first Wednesday of October. So it gave us an opportunity to look at our student enrollment numbers. And then we're only weeks away from when the governor is going to be releasing his budget proposal for 22-23. So we're kind of in the midst of timing with some of these assumptions, but we'll bring that forward to the board when we present the second interim. We'll have that latest information. And so the assumptions, one of the key factors relates to enrollment. As you can see here, we've typically shown this graph historically. one key factor into this current year's plan, and you'll see the change when we look into the out years, is what the governor had put in place as the hold harmless for the average daily attendance to keep the revenues stable over the last 2 years. At this point in time, unless something comes within the governor's budget next month, we are assuming that that hold harmless does go away, and so that's why you see a significant decline for next fiscal year, because that incremental change and what we'll share here, you've seen our decline in enrollment year over year, particularly last year, where we lost about 1,400 students. You can see our number, our census or CBEDS number as of October was 36,648. That was much more favorable than what we presented to the board at budget development. If you can see that comparison, we put it off to the side. So you can see those numbers. We were anticipating with that trajectory of that downward trajectory that we were going to be about 35,892. So that's welcoming news. That does help our revenue projections, and you'll see how that played out with those projections. But again, something to keep a pulse on with these enrollment numbers. But those factors are what are key into those out years. And you can see where we've been. In 2015-16, we had 40,000 students. Now we're looking ahead of, in the future, about 35,000. So that's a revenue loss that we can't recoup. And so with that, these factors or these variables go into the LCFF revenue calculation for the state funding. And you can see from where we're at 45-day budget to where we're at with first interim, and that change from the 21-22 column to the 22-23, that funded ADA number, how it declines from this year to next year. That's all attributed to that hold harmless. The other key factor that impacted our revenue calculations at this juncture was our average daily attendance. From a budget development standpoint, we've always hovered last few years around 94% with our attendance rate. At this point in time, we're actually looking more like slightly under 91%. So a lot of the changes with COVID cases and again, those factors that are impacting the students and attendance at schools, we are seeing that in our current numbers. So we did review this information with the County Office of Ed because they actually asked us for support for that 91% and how that's factoring into our calculation. So that is impacting us from a revenue standpoint. And so we've smoothed that out into the out years around 92%. So we didn't need to see how that rolls out for us in the future and the impact with COVID considerations. And then the next few slides are just the basic assumptions we go into from a federal revenue standpoint, state revenue standpoint. A lot of our state money, such as lottery, mandate, are dependent on average daily attendance, so that's reflected there. And then our expenditure assumptions, a lot of these are also derived from the guidance we receive from School Services of California, which is known as their dartboard. Again, ties back to the governor's budget or the state budget from June. And then also guidance we receive from the County Office of Ed, as known as part of their common message. So that's where we get some of these assumptions, like with the pension contributions. And I'll hold off on this reserve because this will tie into the MYPs, and I'll go over that shortly in that area. So with these assumptions, that's the work that we go in terms of comparing where we were at. So this slide and what we do throughout the year, we build upon that for every reporting cycle, is a comparison from adopted budget to the 45-day budget and then to now to first interim. So you can see the significant change, and this ties back to where we were at with our unaudited actuals in September. It's that row 4. We went from $49 million to $71 million. So that fund balance, that helps with our fund balance at that point. Our revenues remained pretty stable through our reporting cycles. The key change that you see from column A to column B was what we shared in August, was the additional revenues that were in the budget for the LCFF calculation under the LCAP. And that's a little over $3 million. And so you see that revenue increase. Those funds are earmarked in our reserve per the county guidance. until we bring forward to the board the new plan in February. So that's been identified that way. And then the other items where you see the changes from column B and C, particularly on expenditures, the certificated salary increase is related to our 10-day staffing because our enrollment came in a little bit higher, so we had to adjust for staffing considerations there and to meet our contractual obligations. Classified salaries are also a little bit higher due to recent bargaining considerations for off-schedule increases. And we do have a footnote there at the bottom too that a lot of our tentative agreements or some of our bargained agreements that we recently negotiated, those budget costs are factored in there. Some of them will be bringing AB 1200s to the board next month for approval, but those budget dollars are accounted for there. And everything else kind of stayed pretty stable in that area. And then with that, now we take this information and start to build our out years. And so what you can see specifically in those out years, that column C and row 5, you see that change from $423 million to $401 million. That is directly attributed to primarily that revenue loss because of that hold harmless going away and then the enrollment numbers catching up to that. And so that is also in essence directly correlated to row 11, and you see the structural deficits projected for 22-23 and 23-24. Again, it's more aligned with that revenue loss. And so there is a structural shortfall for those years. However, we do have reserves. The board did take action in June for us to earmark dollars for contingency and for declining enrollment. So you can see that those structural shortfalls are going to absorb into or offset by those reserves. But one thing I'd like to note with the reserves, many of those, again, board action to set those aside, but some others, such as our revolving cash, our inventory prepaid, site carryovers, our stipend, because that's a bargained, those are earmarked for that purpose only. Along with the CERP payoff. The board took action in November for us to pay that off. It is scheduled for payment in January. So when we bring back the second interim, that $7 million will no longer be there because it will be expended for that payoff. And then the $3 million that I mentioned earlier for the LCAP is also reflected in here. And so you can see over those out years, we're offsetting that structural deficit against those numbers. And that 23-24 year, why that reserve's gone up slightly is because our enrollment numbers also improved. So we're able to factor that in there. And then we have our restricted funding sources. The primary change here is because of some of our carryover funds with our, like say, Title I monies, also our one-time funds that we have with the ESSER dollars and so forth. We're able to record that budget now. Now that we've closed the year, we can account for that carryover. And we've just reflected here where we're at with those one-time funds just as a resource to display the in-person, the state monies, and also the federal monies. We will have this information posted to the district website by the end of this week. And it was one of the board requests along with the details of how those dollars have been spent with our actuals. And then with that, with our revenues, we also take a look at, aside from the budget, we look at our cash flows, the timing and considerations of when those dollars come in from the state or different agencies to when the dollars go out with payroll or other vendors. Our cash flow statement is included in the board package. And you can see that come June, we still do project a very healthy cash position. We don't anticipate at this point in time that we will need to exercise our County of San Diego Treasury loan. However, it's there if needed up until at least March, because the last payment is usually paid through the property taxes in April. But we don't anticipate a borrowing at this point. What this slide reflects is that our trans that we borrowed last year has been paid in August. The state took those deferrals that were in place from last year and used those to offset that payment. And the loan or the trans is set to mature later this month, so that will be paid off. And then as it relates to the restricted funds, just one thing to note here with Fund 11, our adult education, we are projecting a fund balance of about a little over $4 million at this point. We have been working very closely with Dr. Moore and Dr. Burke on some opportunities there that they may include for the program itself. But some of the changes that you see from budget to the current projections are some of those bargain considerations and a few other expenditures that they're investing back into the program. And then Fund 13, another significant change from budget adoption is reflective of the USDA waivers. So when we brought this forward to the board in June, the waivers were not finalized, and so we had that confirmed over the summer. So we've had the opportunity to look at the revenues, the different claims that are being processed. So we anticipate about $16 million for the year. So that's why you can see that slight bump up of almost $5 million. So we'll continue to work with the program and monitor that as we come close again to second interim, how that's materializing. And this also gives us an opportunity, the fund balance is about a little over $7 million that we're projecting. So comparatively to where we've been in the past, where the general fund has had to contribute to this program, it's self-sustaining based on this data. And we can look at to see if there's other program investments that we can also do in the near future. And the next few funds are our capital-related funds, our deferred maintenance, our building fund, capital facilities, county facilities, our capital projects, and then our CFDs, our community facilities districts. So again, we continue to work with the planning and construction team and looking at various projects and so forth and planning ahead. And so it's taken a little over 3 years, but I am happy to recommend to the board that we move forward with the positive certification. We have had conversations with the County Office of Education when we reviewed the initial package that you have with the SACS report and our presentation here, so they are aware. And I know Dr. Aguirre's also had conversations with the county representatives as well. Although we do have structural deficits, when you look at those out years, we do have the reserves that we're projecting that will help offset it, so to make those 3-year obligations met. So that is our recommendation.
Thank you. Dr. Aguirre?
Thank you, President Segura. I just want to take a moment to again commend Dr. Salkeld and her team, as well as our entire team from Dr. Alvarez, Dr. Winters, Human Resources with Dr. Reyes, Dr. Moore, across the board. I would also want to acknowledge the work of Ms. Carbuccia with our labor partners. So again, just the overall team approach to be able to get us here, and the fact that we work collaboratively with the Board of Trustees as a true governance team to be able to get us to this point. This was a Herculean task, and it could not have been done by any one person by themselves. It took all of us together to really get us to this point. Again, with the understanding that Dr. Saka led the team in finance and budget, but it truly took a coordinated, just kind of real, just team effort to be able to get to this point. And I didn't want this to go kind of just unobserved, that it took a true effort across the board to get us to this point after 3 grueling years in this area. To be able to be here is quite a feat. And so I just want to take a moment to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Dr. Aguirre. Do we have any comments from the board on this? Mr. Tarantino?
Thank you, President Segura. I also would like to commend Dr. Salkeld and her team for bringing us to this point in time. And indeed, it has been a grueling 3 years, and we've all been under a lot of pressure in terms of making some decisions that weren't very popular, but at the same time, I think they did help to bring us to this point in time. And with that, I'd like to recognize the contributions that were made by Superintendent Janney at the very beginning of the fact that we did find out that we were in deficit spending, and some of the actions that were taken under her administration that laid the foundation for us, I believe, to get to this point in time. So based on our positive certification, what is the status of Dr. Scavarna and his work in terms of next steps? Has that been discussed? Or is there an automatic outcome because of our positive certification.
I'm sorry, next steps in terms of?
Next steps in terms of our oversight by the County Office of Ed with Dr. Scavarna. Is there an automatic outcome that comes to this? Do we have to request some kind of action, or what's the next step in terms of where we go from here?
Thank you, Trustee Tarantino. Superintendent?
Thank you, President Segura. Yeah, so the next step is basically upon approval, we submit this to the board, to the County Office of Education. They, take a look at it and review it, and they will provide a response or notification by January, sometime in mid-January. During that time, we will have ongoing conversations to get more clarity around it. But again, we do anticipate a particular outcome, but we just want to make sure we follow the steps. So the next one is the formal approval, and then we submit over to the county office. But again, the math speaks for itself in this regard.
Thank you. I have no further
Thank you,
input.
Trustee Tarantino. I'll just make a few comments. Thank you for everybody that has done work on this, and that's all of us. That's everybody, and it's been a long journey, and with some pain in there, and it's been a really tough 3 years. And I look, but going forward, I look forward to the governor's budget. I've been reading. They're estimating there's $31 billion more going to be there. I don't know how much we're going to get. And it's good that our enrollment numbers were higher than we anticipated. And I know that needs to be addressed. The hold harmless, that's not pushing it, just getting that. I don't think that's good enough. That just pushes out our problem. And it's just not our problem. That's half of the districts in the state are in the same boat, so to speak. And and I heard some comments around at the conference around maybe an average 3-year average and just things of that nature. But really, what we really need is more money to the base without strings attached. That's what we really need. And we look forward to advocating for that, Dr. Getty and team, and I just really appreciate all the work that has been done by everybody from the board all the way through this district. Thank you. Trustee Hall.
Thank you, President Segura. I wanted to echo all the remarks. I especially want to thank Dr. Aguirre, who I feel really has his hand on the pulse of this district and the financial issues. I think that he understands the budgets and the flow of funds and what it means to be in deficit or in structural deficit spending, and understands how to make sure the board is informed and aware of those situations. And Dr. Sockgeld is key to that and has done great work, and our team has done great work. And I know we're in a place, but I just want to understand better, if you don't mind answering a question about the funded per ADA and your out-year projections, Dr. Sockgeld. Are those per student? That's amounts that the state funds per student, the amounts you've listed on that page, which is page, I think, what is it?
It's on the assumption page. Yeah, it's one of the assumptions, Trustee Hall. So yes, that is data within our LCFF calculator. So the decline from this current year to the next year, it's by grade span. So we get funded by grants at different grade spans. So that's our average number of our students for that one.
Yes, I understand that, but is that amount $10,527, which we were funded per ADA at 7 through 8?
Correct.
That's per student, right? So however many students we have attending daily, that's an average daily attendance that it's funded on.
Correct.
Right? Is that correct?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
So now I understand that the students, we're projecting that the attendance has gone down based on our actual information at this point in time. But I'm not understanding why the ADA drops per student. If I can see where calculating it out per student would come in less revenue, but I don't understand why it drops in the amount per student from year to year, unless that's the plan that the state has across the board. Is every district different in that respect?
Well, again, it goes back to that base grant. The average daily attendance in this case, it's a combination of two things: the enrollment going down plus the percentage going down. So I think a lot of other districts are experiencing the same thing. So for us, it's twofold. So when you're going from 10,527 to 9,500 in the 7-8 grade span, it's a result of the catch up of the decline of enrollment and the lowered attendance. So that's why it's a little bit higher, that 21, 22, it's inflated because our actuals have been coming in a lot lower the last 2 years. So that's why it's catching up in 22, 23.
So my question is this: is the per student amount the same across the state?
Yes.
Or is every state funded at different amounts per student from year to year?
The base grant is the same across the board based on that. The state defines a grant at that grade level. Then it's our numbers that are the multiplier to that base grant.
Right. So if the per student amount is the same across the state,
right,
is every state going to have is projecting 8,900 per student or 24,275 per student in the first interim?
No, because those numbers are ours. Those are our numbers. Those numbers there are not the state, other school districts. That's unique to our district. That's our fund. That's an outcome of our numbers.
Okay. My next. Sorry, you're kind of breaking up, so I apologize if I interrupted you. The other question I have was about what you're projecting in the out years as a structural deficit. Yet we're having a positive certification. Can you explain how that works?
I think if you go to the next couple slides. The next one.
I mean, is that just because we have these great reserves?
It's the reserves, yes.
To cover?
So from an operational standpoint, yes, our revenues are less than our expenditures, but we have the reserves. So we're in essence meeting our obligations for those particular years by using the reserves.
So in other words, if we came back in the next year and had a first interim with a negative in it, we wouldn't be seeing it because it would be, the reserves would be moved up to the revenues and not in the reserve. Is that?
Because we would use that structure, that shortfall would be using that reserve for that given period, yes.
Right, so it would move out of the reserve line
Correct.
and up to the revenue,
We'd offset it. You don't move it up into the revenue, you're just absorbing that shortfall. The reserve would go away. But it's in essence as almost we're using that revenue as it, because the revenue's not there.
Right.
Right.
Well, some of the revenue in that, is the reserve all unrestricted?
Yes. In this here, we have it unrestricted. They're set aside as the contingency or the declining enrollment reserves, other than the required state percentage of 2%.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Arencibia, you have a question?
I just want to go ahead and move to approve this report.
I'll second, but I have just a question with regards to with the governor's budget coming out with the 31 billion, maybe more. Is it going to be? We make an assumption that this probably won't be as bad if that comes in.
I'm very hopeful that's the case. Yes, because it depends on how that is translated. Is it going to come in one-time monies? That's what Governor Brown used to do. Is it going to come in higher base LCFF, as President Segura mentioned earlier? It just depends on how that is shared and how it's going to be rolled out.
Okay, wonderful.
But it certainly will be favorable, I'm hoping. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, that takes us to L1.
L1, I have one speaker. Kathleen Cheers.
That was a pass.
Why does that person get to talk 5 times? Because this person pulled the items 5 times.
Go ahead, Mrs. Cheers.
Pass.
Okay, thank you. No further speakers?
Do we have a motion from the board?
So moved.
I'll second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
L2.
L2, I have one speaker. Kathleen Cheers.
Pass.
No further speakers?
I'll entertain a motion for approval of L2. Or a motion for L2. I'll make that motion for approval.
I'll second.
Move and second. Vote, please.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
M1 pulled by the public and Mr. Tarantino.
Yes, I have two speakers to M1. Kathleen Cheers.
In reviewing the agenda item, I was reminded of an Oprah show. You get a stadium, and you get a stadium, and you get a stadium. It is sad to see the promises of then Prop BB, Prop O, and newly voted on Prop DD were in fact empty. We all remember the cardboard flyers showing poor young children standing in front of dilapidated buildings, asking yet again for more money to build educational facilities. I did not see one flyer with a football stadium pictured. The parents and community have seen for themselves the termite-riddled fascias, the flooding, puddles when it rains, deteriorating plumbing, missing ceiling tiles in classrooms, floor tiles older than I am, and you all know that's old. Pretend science labs, poor restrooms, and sites where HVAC is broken. Allow me to take you back to the early 2000s. That was when Nadia Dotto and a group of parents concerned with poor conditions of district educational facilities our students were learning in were being ignored, and the monies were being spent on sports facilities. Mar Vista High Gym, Sweetwater High Gym. Ms. Dotto filed a request for a grand jury investigation. The grand jury report's opening statement. The misuses were so bad, a grand jury investigation was called for. As a parent, grandparent of athletes, I understand the importance of athletic facilities. I was on the Community Advisory Committee for Montgomery's Prop BB and Prop O projects. Both included sports facilities, but not at the expense of modern classrooms. No, both projects included the leveling of old dilapidated buildings and new 2-story buildings built, along with the modernization of several classrooms, upgraded parent center, and more. Even the gym has a classroom. Rather than voting to build Taj Mahals, perhaps you might begin to question and demand what our students and teachers are in need of, classrooms which promote learning. Why does Mar Vista High, Chula Vista High in Middle, Castle Park High in Middle, Granger Middle, backside of Sweetwater, Bonita High, not deserve modern, healthy, safe learning facilities? There are not many Alaves who will have successes in the world of athletics. There are, however, thousands who are in need of the resources public education is charged with delivering, and more importantly, deserving of. I thank you for your time.
Nick Marinovich.
Good evening, one final time. I have some prepared remarks on this. You know, sometimes I think I do better when I speak from the heart. I look through this item, and I go, where the hell have we come over the last 10 years or so that I've seen Sweetwater? Here we go again. First of all, how was it determined that stadium modernizations, I know it's just a design, this is what we call a cleaning commitment, were the priority projects on these expenditures? Where's the master plan that resulted in this, and these recommendations are for you? Where's your overall district philosophy and criteria for what is most important? I can tell you what the message of these things is. Stadiums, are more important than fixing dilapidated schools. And for that, you should be embarrassed. You know, somebody needs to expose this. I don't know where the hell the oversight committee is on this, if they knew about it, but they're asleep at the switch. This would have never, ever been allowed to go on without any public comments on this kind of item before the board. I don't know what's going on, whether the information, whether they've been stifled or they're frustrated, but this is just plain not right to make these commitments now without an updated master plan before God and the country and the public what you intend to do in the future. This is bad government, how this is being handled. You should be ashamed for it. I tell you, you've made me energized to get this, at least the information out. Let's do it the right way. Get it planned properly. Thank you.
No further speakers.
Pulled by Mr. Tarantino.
Thank you, Thank you, President Segura. Based on what the public is asking, I'd like some clarification as to how the stadium improvement projects made their way to where we are right now, if possible.
Dr. Getty.
Thank you, President Segura. Yes, I'll ask Ms. Quirk to provide some background. Ms. Quirk.
Sure. I hope you can hear me. I'll have to speak loudly. My microphone is elsewhere. It's okay. I can carry it. Thanks.
They can't hear you on the Teams meeting, though.
Oh, okay. Good evening. Thank you. So we recently had at Mar Vista High School, one of the items that was approved tonight was the emergency removal of 5 light poles that were rotting out at the base. And so as we were having that discussion about how we would proceed with the remediation and replacement of those light poles, it just started to beg the question of completing the design for the 4 remaining stadiums. And so we have those that are ready and available for if and when the time comes, moving forward when there is money that is readily available. We all know that this is a large and ongoing conversation, and we have to make a plan. We cannot just go replace the lights at Mar Vista without planning out how that would go into effect, so we make sure we have it spatially done properly. And so then at that point, we're down to 3 remaining. We are seeing that our financial position is turning a corner in a more positive direction. And so discussions led to the fact that we would go ahead and just get that initial baseline design started so we can start getting a really strong pulse on what those costs really will look like. We are still in a very volatile time with costs. And so this is going to be a longer process. And so we decided to put this forward for tonight for consideration for the board to take action and to support of and or not, board discretion.
And if I may,
Yes, sir.
the other consideration in this process was equity. If you take a look at the 4 campuses that don't have artificial track and fields, are all on our west side, which by all means tends to be our lower socioeconomic status portion of our district. So that was the other part of the considerations that we're taking into account. Again, at this point, this is for the design only, and that's where this stands, and that's how this came to be.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification and insight as to how the decision was made. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Certainly.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Before we go to Trustee Hall, I just thank you for saying that, Dr. Getty. That's how I see it as an equity-driven decision to get at least a baseline design and ready for DSA and all that, so that those campuses can have a field and brings a lot of school pride. And to me, the fields and the track are classrooms without walls, and just about all our students will utilize that. So I think this is very important, and I support this. This fund's going to the baseline of design. And with that, we'll go to Trustee Hall.
Thank you, President Segura and Mr. Tarantino, for your comments and questions. And I just want to say, I want to say thank you to Ms. Quirk and the superintendent for having the vision to understand where we're at with that. I know that parents from those very schools have been asking for years to address those very fields that are being looked at now. And I want to thank you for that oversight. That's all. And if there's no other comments, I'll make a motion to approve this item.
Moved and seconded. Vote, please.
Arencibia,
Yes.
Hall, Mrs. Hall,
Yes.
Segura,
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Solis,
Yes.
Tarantino.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And that takes us to Q1. Followed by staff.
Thank you, President Segura. This is the item that is now being brought back regarding redistricting for trustees. As you may recall, this was brought forward to the board at an earlier board meeting. There were some requests that we have diligently followed up on. So as you heard earlier today, we did present with DLAC and DPAC, our parent groups. We also addressed the website accessibility so that any member of the public could see kind of from a geo mapping perspective where they would fall as it may be regarding within the 3 different plans that were developed by our demographer in consultation with our general counsel and our legal counsel as well. So again, we have followed through on this, and this is being brought forward with the understanding this affects trustee areas for the next decade. It happens once a decade after every census count. And so that's why this is being brought forward for your consideration and adoption.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this? No
No
public
speakers.
comment?
I raised my hand. I mean, we've gone through this 3 times now, and I think that this is something I'm going to move that we move the proposal C, the 3rd proposal forward, as the one that we agree on. And I hope that's okay, because this is something we've had the discussion over, over the last 3 meetings. I'm going to stop right there.
I'll second that motion. I do have a comment to make, though.
Go ahead.
I'll make it quick, and that's regardless of what areas there are for voters, every one of us as trustees are not just for our area. We represent the district. We take into consideration what our actions and votes impact across the district at each one of our schools, for each of our students, for all of our staff. So I don't want anybody to feel that because there's a little movement of this school out of a boundary, like for me, it will be Montgomery Middle School. They'll move over into a different area. That doesn't lessen my desire or my ability to represent them along with all the other schools. So I just wanted to make that statement for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Hall, for those comments. Trustee Tarantino?
Yes. What, if any, impact will this have on term limits? Because I also have been told that the movement of trustee areas or the reconfiguration of trustee areas would allow all of us on the board to seek another 2 terms, even though there are term limits that limit us to either 8 years or 2 terms, except for the 3 of us in areas 1, 3, and 5, which were grandfathered in for another term.
Superintendent?
Thank you, President Segura. It's my understanding that term limits were applied across the district when they were voted upon. So that is my understanding, but I'll ask General Counsel to provide clarification, or if it needs to come back for further clarification.
I would ask that we do a Friday update on that. It's my understanding as well that it would not impact, it's a person and how long they can serve, is my understanding based on drafting the language, but I would need to go back and work with either Mr. Fagan or someone and bring that back to you to make sure that that is recollection. This question didn't come up beforehand, so I wasn't able to prepare. I apologize.
Vice President Solis?
Thank you, President Segura. Thank you for that question. I do remember when we were talking about it, it was, we asked, what if somebody moved to the district? And it was like, nope, you served your 2 terms and that was it. I remember that. But that's a really good question. Thank you for bringing that up. And I also want to thank staff for being open to holding it back and making sure that the public got to really see it. And the presentation to DPEC and DLEC, I really appreciate that. So, and I think with that, I think we see that I think that people were satisfied, so we had no comments today. So, thank Mr. Terlucci for all his help. So that's it for me.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Vote, please.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, that takes us to Q2.
Thank you, Mr. Carlucci.
Thank you, President Segura. For this one, I'll ask Ms. Vicero to present the item. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Yes, this is to compensate Mr. Tarantino for missing the meeting last month. Staff would recommend Mr. Tarantino to abstain from this item.
Move to adopt.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Move the second and vote, please.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Abstain.
Motion passes 4 yes, 1 abstention.
And we go to Q3.
That was already done, sir.
Thank you. Damn, let's try not to make another mistake. Q6.
Thank you, President Segura. And before we start this item, I just wanted to provide a brief update, given the late hour and what temperature outside. We have opened up A and B as long as people agree to follow safety protocols, i.e. wearing a face mask. And so they will be coming in to the boardroom to provide comments in person. So this item is our resolution regarding implementative COVID-19 vaccine requirements. It sounds from kind of generally speaking what we have heard, that there's some information out there and there might be some misinformation. So our goal is to provide where we currently are, to clarify any misunderstandings about where our recommendation is regarding timelines, regarding notifications or whatnot. So just wanted to touch a couple of general points. One, this vaccine mandate implemented as is recommended for students generally and staff to continue in-person instruction or employment for the 22-23 school year, i.e. for most, the impact would begin for next school year. Second, staff must notify district of intent to complete vaccination process, exemption or resignation by February 1st is what is currently being recommended in this resolution, and vaccination completed by March 15th. The third item is for the 2022-23 school year, students must notify of intent to participate in person and be vaccinated, file an exemption or attend virtually by 2022. So again, it's a matter of appropriately planning for next school year. Fourth, student athletes and visual performing arts must participate in vaccination in order to participate in third season of sport. That would begin on February 5th of this school year. That's one of the targeted areas that will begin before next school year. Fifth, granting the superintendent the possibility of extending timelines or deadlines for students, athletes, or in person for instruction for 12 to 15-year-olds if the FDA has not fully approved the vaccination by that deadline. And then sixth, district will allow submission of medical and religious exemptions for both staff and students if and as how required by law. And the bigger point here that I want to get to is really the why. Why are we doing this as a school district? The reason we're doing this and our why is because our goal has been to continue with in-person instruction to the degree possible. And obviously that is our primary driving objective in bringing this forward. It's also our responsibility to ensure we're doing this in a way that's safe and effective for all of our stakeholders. We have students, we have staff, we have parents, and we have a broader community that's impacted by the rules and the procedures that we adopt. So it's taking all these considerations into account very carefully and with going to advice to experts in the healthcare industry to ensure that we're moving forward in a responsible manner. So with that, I'll ask, and I'll just wanted to touch on this slide. I got ahead of myself, but this is the why. As I mentioned, again, we're trying to ensure that we can continue to the largest degree possible to continue to learn in person. The vaccine mandate is the single best protective tool. It's not the only solution. That's why we continue to wear face masks. And as we saw today, the governor just reinstituted a face mask requirement. It's my understanding largely due to the Omicron variant, and that will go into place on Wednesday, even for vaccinated individuals. So again, this continues to be an evolving landscape. And thirdly, as we have seen, COVID-19 has disproportionately affected our South Bay communities, particularly people of color, who make up the vast majority of students in our Sweetwater district. So again, taking into consideration, why are we doing this? This is why we're bringing this recommendation forward. And so with that, I'll ask Ms. Carbuccia.
Thank you, Superintendent Aguirre. I'm also joined by Dr. Howard Terrace, who we obviously had on the call last time, and I'm going to phone a friend a lot, or at least when he feels that it's necessary for me to do so. I think we want to start in the whys, as Dr. Aguirre mentioned. As you know, the American Academy of Pediatrics has recommended that students 5 and up get vaccinated. And just to quote the American Academy of Pediatrics, they state, "Children learn best when physically present in the classroom, but children get much more out of academics at school. They also learn social and emotional skills at school, get healthy meals, exercise, mental health supports, and other services that cannot easily be replicated online." And that really goes to our why, and it goes to the work that this team has been doing, and you as a board have gone through every one of our board actions related to COVID during the pandemic. So just to review, we are going to talk a little bit about last presentation and have a redo by Dr. Terrace as we need. We are going to talk about the timeline of previous board actions. We are going to talk a little bit about our data update. We are going to talk about recommendations for your consideration, and then next steps should you decide to pass this. And my partner that was going to be presenting this with me is assisting with folks speaking, so I'm going to get the bulk of this tonight. So just as you'll recall for board, during the last board meeting, we talked on October 11th. We heard from community members that came to speak in both support and opposition to a vaccine mandate. We heard from you as board members about your questions. We heard from district physician and pediatric specialist, medical specialist, school health specialist, Dr. Howard Terrace, who is on the line with us. And at that time, the board requested that the staff return with a plan to implement a vaccine mandate on or before July 1st, 2022, in alignment with Governor Newsom's recommendation or plan. And I'm going to take you back to my favorite slide. You'll see it in every presentation we do on COVID, because this is about layers of protection for COVID. So while vaccine is one of them, and a very, very important one, the vaccine itself doesn't take away from the need to wear a mask. It doesn't take away from the need to wash our hands frequently, to keep distancing, to really think as you're going into the holiday season about your gatherings, to avoid work or school when you are sick. It's one of our major things we've been sharing with parents on a weekly basis. To report cases, to quarantine, to isolate. There's so many of those there. And we wanted to make sure that we recognize one of the other major pieces of this is testing, and that is diagnostic and monitoring testing. And we just lost, but Sophia, who is with Concentric, was with us for the entirety of the board meeting, and has actually been visiting our different testing locations. Through Concentric, we've tested over 56,000 staff and students since the beginning of this school year, and another 8,000 students, staff, and community members that have been tested through the San Diego State projects that we have. So testing has been and will continue to be a major component of this for us, and we are even expanding testing to in classrooms starting next semester. So I think that really is a major piece that we just don't want to forget, that this isn't just about vaccination. So through this date, you have taken a number of different actions. This is just to remind you from the beginning of when the COVID pandemic emerged and we learned what the word COVID meant, all the way through your most recent meeting in October. So I just want to make sure that we remind that we've had a number of opportunities where you as a board have taken action. Some of those have included those testing programs and explicitly adopting the work that we are doing with ensuring that our athletes and our students participating in extracurricular activities are tested. So just to remind us, and at any point, Dr. Terrace, you're welcome to jump in, but just to remind us of the statewide vaccination kind of status update. So outside of our South Bay world, what did we see? So on December 11th, 2020, the FDA approved emergency use authorization for the Pfizer vaccine for individuals 16 and up. And this is really when we started seeing vaccination efforts of bringing our students to get vaccinated. In May of this year, they provided that emergency authorization for individuals 12 and up. So that makes it to where just shy, 99.9% of our students are in that age bracket, and they were authorized to be vaccinated. Generally, what we see is about a minimum of 6 months, and obviously more. It took 10 months for moving from emergency authorization to permanent authorization to full authorization. In August 11th, we saw the health order that implemented by the governor that stated that every staff member or volunteer, coach, individual contractor that was coming on to a district facility had to either be vaccinated or weekly test. For us, that means that 411 of our permanent staff members test on a weekly basis as of right now, of our 3,700 plus individuals. And we're still working, obviously, on our substitutes, our contractors, our volunteers. But on a weekly basis, that's really what we're looking at right now. On August 24th, right after that state order, the FDA fully approved the Pfizer vaccine for students 16 and up, so individuals 16 and up. September 30th, Governor Newsom issued a plan where he required students, or talked about requiring students and staff to receive COVID vaccinations, similar to the other 10 vaccinations students receive, to be able to continue in in-person public education or an employment setting. In that, it talked about grade groups from 7 to 12 being vaccinated by July 1st. As you know, for us, we actually start school in July, in that third week of July. So we are looking at ensuring that every one of our staff and students, from the general perspective outside of extracurriculars, are able to be vaccinated so we can start the 22-23 school year there. And of course, we are looking at wanting to ensure that full FDA approval is there for age groups. But the governor's order did suggest that districts, as you may see, would implement that sooner. And then just most recently, a few days ago, booster shots were made now available for ages 16 to 18, well, 16 and up. So really, that's how it's impacting our students. So Dr. Terrace, do you want to maybe talk a little bit about how vaccines work and maybe what you've seen specifically related to safety and efficacy?
Certainly. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. Yes. So essentially, when you get a vaccine, you teach the body how to respond to the real infection by giving it in advance information that is not infectious, but information that our cells respond to build up immunity. So it's a safe way of exposing the body to something that looks enough like the virus, but is not infectious itself. And that way, when your body is exposed to the virus itself, it can mount the immune system and prevent infection at all, or if you do get infected, it can prevent serious infection. That's essentially how the vaccine works. And that's how this Pfizer vaccine that the 16, 17, and 18-year-olds in the school district would be getting.
Perfect, thank you so much.
As far as safety, the vaccine is very, very safe. There have been, as you know, many mild side effects immediately after the vaccine, such as pain at the site, tiredness, fatigue, headache, etc., that usually occur in the first several days after the vaccine and last 24 to 48 hours. There have been reports of something called myocarditis, which is an inflammation of the heart muscle. It is very rare and very mild. Everyone has survived it. No one needs any treatment for it. And it is something that is a little bit higher in males than in females, but is nothing to worry about. It is self-resolving and is not been shown to be dangerous. There have been some really good data for people that have been worried about that, and it's been shown that for every million, if you take, say, males aged 16 and 17-year-old who could get that myocarditis, they're the most likely. If you take 1 million 16 and 17-year-old males and you vaccinate them, you will prevent 56,000 cases of just infection. You will prevent 500 of those males from being hospitalized. You'll prevent 170 of those males from getting into the ICU, and you will prevent 4 deaths. When you will get 73 out of 1 million kids who get the vaccine at this age. 73 can get myocarditis, but they will not die. They will not go to the ICU. They will not need any medication for that, and it will be over in a matter of days. All they will have felt is some mild side effects. If you look at females of the same age, you will have prevented similar amounts of infection, hospitalizations, and ICU admissions. Also, you would have prevented 4 deaths. Those girls out of 1 million would have had only 8 cases of myocarditis because it's so much less common in females. So whether you're male or female, getting the vaccine prevents a lot of illness, hospitalizations, and has side effects that are very much tolerable. And that is why the vaccine went from emergency use authorization to full approval.
Perfect, Dr. Terrace, I appreciate that. So as we go to our next slide, so we've talked a lot, and this is just kind of a recap since our last meeting. So we're now just shy of 800,000 people nationwide that have died of COVID. In our San Diego County community, we're looking at about 4,340 COVID deaths. What's key here, especially given our demographics, is that 85% of those people are age 50 and over, 45% are Latino, and 94% were unvaccinated people. And so what we look when you come to our area, 25% of those deaths are within district boundaries. And while it may look, oh, well, a lot of those are not kids and those are not our students, there's a number of really great studies that are out there, and in particular one on COVID Collaborative that's recently been put out that talks about the hidden pain that students who have lost a family member or have lost directly in their house or a caregiver have felt. And we've seen those in our own district. We hear those every day. We see those in different mental health scenarios that are arising within our district boundaries. And so just because the person that is dying is not a student in our district, that does not mean our students and our staff are not impacted by that. And so we just want to make sure that that is at the forefront. So what is our data? And these cases are just the cases we've been talking about on our dashboard. The caveat on that, as you remember, is those are cases that were during their infectious period, were on our campus. And so there are a lot more cases than this, and we know it. But because they weren't reported through the county, because they weren't on the campuses, they were at home, impacting a student or a family member or a staff member, but just not on our campus. So just since this semester began, you can see how the numbers of cases are continuing to increase. You'll see where the Delta spikes were, and you're now, as you see, Delta is still going, and we are getting Omicron. And so that is why we believe, obviously, the governor implemented the mask mandate for Wednesday. But we want to see for this how real it is. But also at the same point, do recognize that with 36,000 students, numbers of 400 aren't, they are in those lower percentages, but still very, very important. And then 4,600 staff, those cases of around 100 over the course of the semester. This is data that is, for us, very, very important. So in the county reports outbreaks. So outbreaks, we think of outbreaks and many other things in watching movies very differently. The county defines an outbreak as 3 or more cases that are epidemiologically linked, so you're not a family member, that are in a 28-day window. And you can see there were about, if you look at that, about 14 outbreaks we've had this semester. And I want to draw your attention just for some questions of why do you see, for example, Mar Vista water polo listed twice? So each epidemiologically linked outbreak is associated potentially with a portion of that team, so a JV, varsity, and those numbers and why those periods are beyond 28 days, because as that case continues to spread, and there's a link between myself to Eduardo to Jenny to Nick, as we go along, that case number extends. And so the county continues to monitor that case. And so you will see that we have one case that's still open here in the district, and that being at Southwest. But these are really, really key, because where we are seeing many of these cases are directly related to athletics. And as you'll see in this, many were with masks, many were without, depending on, obviously, you can't have a mask on in the pool. But there's a lot that ties to that, because when we have these outbreaks, they're directly impacting our campuses. So we want to make sure that that information is shared. What's our vaccination data? So those are our cases. We know we're still wearing masks. We know we're still monitoring a lot of guidance. So where are we with vaccination now? So when we came to you on October 11th, we talked about the fact that the county gave us aggregated data showing that 65.4% of our students had received at least one dose of the COVID vaccine, and 60% of Sweetwater students had received all recommended doses. Obviously, this was in October, and as you'll recall, in August, students, the numbers for students 12 and up have significantly week over week been increasing. We will be requesting new data, and we'll be able to bring that to you. As of December 10th, just one other check-in point, high school athletes have self-reported as part of their parents signing them up for athletics, that 65% of those high school athletes report being vaccinated. As it relates to staff, you'll see similar numbers in the 80%. As of December 10th, we are currently sitting at 86.7% of permanent staff vaccinated, and as we talked about, 411 staff required to participate in weekly testing, and we can split that up for you related between classified and certificated and management, should you so desire. So we are not the first school district that is looking to implement the vaccine mandate. A number of school districts have already implemented the vaccine mandate. LA Unified vaccine mandate is implemented for their staff already. They had a date set for student implementation and frankly, they were implementing the beginning of second semester. That is not where we are, nor what we were looking to do, and they had some wrinkles on that. They're considering in the next day or two at their next board meeting, extending that out, similar to what we're recommending for the beginning of their next school year. It is important to note that they do have testing for vaccination required for their athletics and extracurriculars. San Diego Unified, similarly, staff has been implemented. Students are right now about to be implemented. You'll see a number of those court cases that have been in the forefront that should be decided. We're hoping next week, coming up very soon. But to this date, that vaccination mandate has not been stopped. Sacramento City Unified similarly is requiring staff and students to be fully vaccinated. Staff is already been implemented, and students will be looking just like we are to the beginning of next school year. And cities that surround us for their staff have also implemented some form of vaccination. City of San Diego has been implemented. City of Chula Vista has implemented for new employees, hourly employees, and executives as well. So that's our back line. So what are we recommending to you as a board based on the advice and the guidance you've given us previously and working with Dr. Terrace and others? So we are looking from a staff perspective to ensuring that staff is fully vaccinated, or they've notified us that they're not going to be vaccinated, or they've accepted, they've applied for an accommodation. February 1st would be when you let me know, or you were able to get your first dose. Making sure you're fully vaccinated is the key point for us by March 15th. The reason that is so key is our ability to staff for next year cannot wait until July 1st, or we will be starting school potentially, if some of these folks choose not to get vaccinated, without full staffs. And we want to ensure that our students have every teacher, every classified employee that they need to start that school year off. So in the alternative, folks can file paperwork by February 1st for an exemption. Those exemptions we'll talk about in a bit include religious or medical exemptions, or they can file for voluntary resignation or retirement and let us know that I'm not going to get vaccinated. I've made that choice. I'm not going to get vaccinated as a condition of my employment, and starting next year, they will no longer work for the school district. We are still bargaining impacts and effects, but those happen after you, as a board, have taken action. For students, what we are asking for, generally with the exception of athletics, is that parents let us know in the month of February. We will be sending information out to them, telling them about alternative options should they not wish to be in in-person instruction, but that parents let us know that either their student will be vaccinated and participate in in-person instruction prior to coming to school in July for the 2022-2023 school year, or they in February have filed paperwork for an exemption. And again, medical and religious exemptions would be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. After folks have submitted completed paperwork, the application requirements would be provided after you as a board give us direction around our next steps. And similarly, for athletes, as we've talked about, our student leaders, our student athletes, our extracurricular participants, the best chance we have for an uninterrupted season of sport or band or choir is to ensure that all student participants are vaccinated. And so what we are looking, given that spring season of sports starts February 5th, is that students receive their first dose or have an approved exemption by February 1st. They are fully vaccinated by March 15th. You're seeing real common dates. We're trying to align that. Or they will not be able to participate in sports or extracurricular activities What we are making a recommendation to you is that for students that are under 16, until full authorization of the vaccine, they would not be mandated, but they would be strongly encouraged to be vaccinated. We would implement those vaccine requirements as soon as the student turns 16, even if that's mid-season, or as soon as the full approval occurs by the FDA. We are anticipating, we've heard that that's going to come in January, so it wouldn't upset this timeline for everyone to be vaccinated by February 1st, but the resolution does provide, should you adopt it, the superintendent the ability to move these dates should we not have full approval for the 12 to 15-year-olds. And again, similarly for our athletes, medical and religious exemptions would be reviewed on a case-by-case basis upon timely submission of those paperwork as well. So that really is our recommendation for you. It doesn't make sense to really go into next steps. Well, we'll finish next steps prior to speakers, and then you can ask your questions. But for us, should you decide to implement the timeline or anything close to it, we would we would be noticing the impacted 411 employees of your board action. We would continue our negotiations with our associations, some this month and probably into next month. We would continue, we've already done an initial analysis of the 411 impacted positions, but really after folks tell us that they are going to comply or they won't, so that we can ensure that we have appropriate staffing. This will be a little different. Normally, we do not fill or post a position until there are not folks in that position. For us, we will need to be making sure we have staff ready to go at the beginning of that school year, and we'll continue to do updates for our weekly COVID communications. For parents and staff, bigger piece to get ready for that 22-23 school year. We will request intent forms for students that plan that plan to either go to launch or plan to go to independent study, that include a plan for staffing. The reason that is important in the month of February is because we very well may need to increase the number of folks that work at launch, and it takes time to recruit that staff. We also would want to ensure that parents have enough time to fill out and complete the exemption process for medical or religious exemptions to be able to ensure their paperwork is provided, to make sure that we have requests for information to be able to speak to their doctors to analyze that exemption. For athletes and extracurricular, our next step would be to do communications as well to families that are participating of those requirements. And then again, to continue sending weekly communication letters to family with information regarding vaccine, testing, exemptions, and other options for non-vaccinated families. Finally, we would continue in partnerships with the City of Chula, San Ysidro Health, Champions for Health, and other entities to continue providing access to vaccine clinics for staff and students. As you know, we've held 12 vaccine clinics just in October and November, many more before that. We have one scheduled at Olympian, January 24th, shameless plug, 3:30 to 6:30, Olympian. We also participate in weekly clinics at Chula Vista City Hall from 1 to 4. They're offered on Thursdays and on Wednesdays, with Wednesdays being Moderna, Thursdays being Pfizer, and those will be set up such that our students will have a separate line that they'll be able to participate in. We'll continue our partnerships with SDSU and Concentric, as you saw tonight, that are testing as we talked about, close to 6,000 students weekly. For our staff, our students, and our community, we'll continue to test those students under, our staff, under the mandate until we get to the place of the vaccine mandate. Weekly newsletters will continue with parent resources, and you can find those at the COVID website. So at this point, we'll go to public speakers before we go to board discussion, I believe.
Thank you. How many speakers do we have?
I think we have approximately 29
Okay.
in person and on the phone.
All right. I'm going to keep with the 20 minutes per item, board item. So,
We as a group tried to narrow it down. 7 speakers.
to 7 speakers. Okay. we can go try that, but if it goes over, if it hits 20, it's done with the public comment. So you can go ahead and just you have your 3 minutes or try to narrow it down, however you want to use that 20 minutes.
I have people on the phone as well.
Yeah.
So,
Yes, we've got that.
so Amanda Stroberg? Okay.
Hi, and I'm going to talk really, really fast because of the time. Hopefully you all got my email today. I did email all the board and some members of the cabinet. I'm a staff member. I have 3 kids in the district. Just my main points, and I just want to publicly state it, is the whole purpose of the vaccine is not to stop COVID. It was to prevent the person who took the vaccine from having severe symptoms and possibly death, especially based on age and your risk category in regards to comorbidities. You can still transmit this virus if you're vaccinated and get COVID. As I mentioned, we have had vaccinated students test positive. We've had vaccinated parents test positive. It does not stop the spread of COVID. Just this month, there was a COVID outbreak on a ship, 100% vaccinated. They had to produce a negative test to board the ship, and there was an outbreak for 17 people. Every single person was vaccinated. In addition, the first Omicron variant case in person in San Diego, vaccinated with a booster. Just today, released, an Oxford study published says 2-dose COVID-19 vaccines generate a lower antibody response against the Omicron strain, suggesting the variant could lead to more infections among the fully vaccinated. Vaccinated are showing viral loads very high, similar to the unvaccinated, and are as infectious. CDC director said they are doing well against preventing severe illness and death, which is what they were intended to do, but they cannot what they cannot do anymore is prevent transmission. Should be choice. We do know natural immunity is just as effective. Please see the 141 studies that I emailed you, scientific studies. I also emailed you 32 studies on how the vaccine does not prevent the spread. I also think what's noteworthy to mention is that the inventor of the mRNA technology, Dr. Robert Malone, said students and children should not be getting this vaccine up to 18, 19, simply because we do not have any long-term data on this. We do know that there are cases in VAERS, how minor they may be, they exist. My brother-in-law is a pediatric hospitalist. He works at a children's hospital. He has been personally logging into VAERS since August. There are kids coming in with problems, and they are not always temporary. Some of them are permanent. Thank you.
Shane Stroberg?
Thank you.
My name is Shane Stroberg. I'm a CPA in your community for the last 22 years. Qualify as an expert in tax, financial analysis, and any kind of number thing you want to talk about. You're going to hear a lot of stats about COVID and what it does and what the vaccine does and all of that. That's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about first, thank you all for the job you do here. It's a thankless job, making tough decisions. So thank you for what you guys do in this room. Second, congratulations on your pending positive certification. 3 years coming, great job. That was a difficult task. Congratulations on getting it there. With 3 years of financial scrutiny, I want to issue this bit of caution on this. You guys can't afford to do this. Legally, you've got scholarship athletes, you've got scholarship students, you've got people risking the rest of their life, may not finish school if this is put into place. You've got athletes that may not be able to take that scholarship if this is put into place. You're going to have legal ramifications of that. 2, ADA, you already have the constructive deficit that she spoke about in the financial analysis hour ago, whenever that was. That's already in there. It's already going down. It's going to go down more when you lose students, you lose teachers. Okay, when you have revenue dropping and expenses going up, that's bad news for what you guys spent 3 years getting out of. So make the right call. You're going to hear a lot of stats about what this does and what's good and bad about it. You can't afford to do this, medical aside. So thanks for what you guys are doing here.
Thank you.
Lindsay Sparks?
I'm also going to read very quickly. I'm a district teacher of 16 years, a union member who is COVID vaccinated, and a mother of a COVID unvaccinated district student. Like many other unvaccinated and even vaccinated district members, I urge you not to implement any form of COVID mandates. Arturo Solis said the district wants to enforce the mandate to ensure the largest number of in-person learning, but implementing a mandate would decrease the number of in-person learning because more than 12,000 students would be excluded from in-person learning by this mandate, far more than the total 998 students who had COVID positive cases this semester. These are also students who, for the past 6 months, have been safely attending in-person learning with no mandate. COVID is not the leading cause of illnesses on our campuses. According to the district's COVID dashboard data, at my school site, since July, there has been an average of about only 8 COVID-positive student cases per month, indicating we are generally safe from COVID. However, there's been an average of 467 non-COVID illness-related absences each month, according to my site's attendance report, revealing that COVID-related illnesses are 58 times less likely than regular illnesses at our school sites. According to our district, only about 0 to 36 students actually test positive for COVID per site per month, some of them also being vaccinated. Why are we considering mandating the vaccination of tens of thousands of staff and students when there are less than 36 student cases per school site per month, far less than the average 467 absences for other illnesses, and the effectiveness and safety of the vaccine is still questionable? The first rotavirus vaccine approved by the FDA was withdrawn in less than a year for a proven association with intussusception, a deadly complication in the intestines. It took 8 years to develop and license a safer vaccine. Currently, there is no long-term data for the COVID vaccine, and there's also a long list of serious COVID vaccine reactions. And this is the very reason why I do not agree with mandating COVID vaccines for anyone, especially our children, and especially segregating our athletes in extracurriculars. It must be a personal choice. Thank you.
Terry Sparks?
I'm a special ed teacher of 12 years in the district, COVID vaccinated union member, and a parent of a COVID unvaccinated student athlete who will now be banned from sports by Resolution 4762. And will be banned from in-class learning if you continue to enact future phase of the mandate. I urge you not to implement any form of the COVID vaccine mandate. It violates civil rights and district policy by creating an inadequate work and educational environment. Board policy for non-discrimination states, Board of Trustees shall ensure equal opportunities for all students in access to educational, athletic, and other activities, carefully guard against segregation, and ensure discriminatory practices are eliminated in all district activities. Ed and penal codes also prohibit discrimination regarding equitable access to education athletic programs, free expression, and prohibits interference with constitutional rights and privileges. Education is a right and a privilege. Our district's vision, mission statement, and policies include words like inclusive, equitable, activity, engaging, meaningful education, transparency, the value of community, voice and decision-making, and fairness. Implementing any current and future COVID vaccine mandate directly violates these policies by creating discrimination in the workforce and by segregating unvaccinated students into a more restrictive online learning environment, extracurricular activities, and banning them from them. Vaccinated staff will be free to work, while unvaccinated will be fired. Vaccinated students will be nurtured and interactive, multimodal, rigorous learning, while unvaccinated will be segregated to online learning in their isolated bedrooms. Vaccinated students will compete in sports, be recruited by universities on athletic scholarships, while unvaccinated will be banned, prevented from equal access to athletic attention and scholarships. Vaccinated students will develop confidence and creativity with performing arts, while unvaccinated won't. What are we teaching our students about how to end discriminatory behavior when their teacher gets fired, when their best friend can't be on campus because they've been segregated to online learning for different views, want to have a choice about a treatment of their body?
Thank you.
Jessica McKittrick?
Good evening. I'm here tonight as a 15-year teacher of the district, and I urge you not to implement any form of COVID vaccine mandates. If you find yourselves hard-pressed by the state, then there are 2 solutions to this issue of inequity and injustice. One is to not implement any form of a COVID-19 vaccine mandate at all. Even though the governor is mandating this, why is our district considering joining LA and city schools with rushing ahead to be the first to implement it, to create chaos and to trample on its stakeholders' rights? Why aren't we rushing ahead to be one of the first districts to set the example of protecting the rights and choices of all stakeholders by opposing the mandate, like Clovis Unified and Capo Valley Schools did? The other solution would be to, at a minimum, allow and approve not just medical and religious exemptions, but also personal exemptions to all people who request them. Because the governor's mandate for school children was established by regulation instead of legislation, it must and does allow for medical, religious, and personal belief exemptions. If our district were to allow and approve all three types of exemptions, the district would be able to be in legal compliance with the mandate while also upholding its district policies that promote equity and prohibit discrimination and segregation. Not to mention, it would save a lot of money in legal fees and avoid a lot of bad press as well as chaos. Modern Day's school district published a public statement saying this: the law requires that any mandate include a medical exemption and a personal belief exemption. The Catholic Schools of San Diego will accept any parent's request for exemption as valid. The question of COVID mandates divides our parent communities and it divides our societies. We hope that this course of action balances the need to protect the health of our students, teachers, and staff with the rights of parents to decide issues vital to their children. Why can't our district do the same? Why not be a part of a legacy that listens to all of its stakeholders, that supports diversity and equity by accepting all three types of exemptions, so that people with all beliefs in our district can be free from discrimination? Thank you.
Autumn Reed?
Thank you.
No Autumn. Kat Williams? Teresa Weeks? Melanie Armour? Sarah Coffell? Sorry.
Okay, good evening. She said a lot of what I wanted to say, but I'm here as a concerned teacher. I've been in the district for nearly 8 years. First, I kind of understand why you're moving ahead of state guidelines, but also, are you ready to fill those classrooms in February? And also, many of the teachers you may lose are highly qualified and have years of training. Now, I've taught for 21 years. I've been a co-teacher. I teach AVID, ERWC, EL students. That kind of experience is not easily replaced. This does not put students first. You discussed several of Newsom's guidelines, but you failed to mention his guidance on exemptions, and I think that that is important. Just last week, Newsom in an interview stated the mandate we put in place for the state of California includes personal exemptions, not just religious and or medical exemptions, so there's plenty of latitude for families to make decisions. We need to honor that. This proposal does not include personal belief exemptions. What does this tell our parents? They can't be trusted to make their own decisions for their children. They aren't smart enough. They have no rights to personal beliefs, so we need to give our families options. If reasonable accommodations, Newsom also stated last week in that interview, he said, I have all the confidence in the world the school board will work to accommodate, and that was in reference to LA Unified and what's going on with them. I think if reasonable accommodations are not made, this is only going to add to the mental health crisis of our students and staff. The mental health risk of our students not being in person or an employee possibly losing a career is much greater than the risk of COVID. We finally have our students back in person, and they need to stay in person. Your employees who have worked harder in the last 2 years than they ever have, and made reopening and the funding that went with that possible, do not deserve to lose the career they're passionate about over a personal medical choice. Please do the right thing and vote no.
Mark Mendillo?
Thank you.
Raul Flores? Matthew Wilson?
Good evening, board and community members. My name is Matthew Wilson. I am a bilingual special education teacher at Mar Vista High. Also, my son is a senior at Mar Vista High. I want you to realize, myself along with the other 100 teachers that were outside here standing in the rain, that we are highly qualified teachers. And by doing this mandate and forcing some of us, maybe 400 of us, away from our jobs, resigning from our jobs, that it will impact students. It will impact students. We have a relationship with our students that have been developed over many years. And I want you to think of that. I know for myself, as a parent, if this is mandated, I will immediately pull my son out and have him get his GED. I do appreciate to have the time to speak to you, the time out, the 6 hours out in the rain, out here today without a restroom. That was not nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayra Miranda. Heavenly Daniel. Laura Urigue. Nicole Sellers. Rachel Rudin.
Hello, good evening. I want to thank you for, after 3.5 hours, letting us into the building to have access to the bathroom and to be out of the rain. I represent 4 kids of my own, 2 currently at Otay Ranch High School and 2 still at the Chula Vista Elementary level. My oldest son is an athlete, and my second one at Otay Ranch is a nonverbal mod severe child. I urge you not to implement the COVID mandate. My oldest athlete would be banned from sports completely. And my younger nonverbal son would, if he were to get vaccinated, have an adverse reaction to the vaccine. He could never communicate what hurts or what he feels. I would never know what caused his pain. It's all about choice. Students should be not punished for exercising their right to choose what goes into their bodies. There should be no segregation of vaccinated and unvaccinated students. All the students have the right to be learning in person in the classroom. No one is allowed to tell someone to take something, especially when that something is experimental and deadly. As a board and as a district, you guys lack the legal authority to mandate the COVID vaccine 19 for students and for employees. A vaccine mandate discriminates against students who have recovered from COVID-19. And in regards to what happened to personal belief, and what are the requirements for your exemptions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Rolando Enriquez. Tracy Garcia.
Hello, I have twin daughters that attend Mar Vista High School, and on the first day of school, my daughters were pulled out of class in front of all of their classmates and asked if they were vaccinated or not. If they were not vaccinated, they had to follow the administration to the front of the office where I was called to come pick them up because they were exposed. This went on for the whole first month of school, that my daughters were segregated and discriminated against. My one daughter decided to play volleyball, and because she was unvaccinated, if an exposure occurred, she was required to test 3 times and sit out a 10-day period. My daughter was exposed 3 times. She sat out 30 days. She missed over 6 games and practices. I had to test her 12 times at my time and expense, and my daughter never tested positive for COVID. Now you guys are bringing this up, and I want to tell you a little bit about my history. I was a frontline worker working on an ambulance before anybody even knew what COVID was. I made the choice to protect our community. I stayed working on the ambulance the whole entire time when we didn't have masks, when I would come to people that couldn't breathe, and by me providing them aid and oxygen, I saw life come back into their eyes. I made that choice to work every single day. I was only supposed to work 4 shifts a week. I was working 6 shifts a week with mandatory overtime. I am not vaccinated. And throughout the time that I worked on the ambulance, I worked in the emergency department, I was a trauma tech, I was not vaccinated, and I never got COVID. I protected myself, I protected those around me. I'm gonna wear a mask. I respected that. If I felt sick, I took my temperature. If I thought that I was exposed, I got tested. This is how you prevent the spread for those that choose not to get the vaccination. One last thing that I would like to tell you guys is that we're South Bay. I grew up here. I graduated from Mar Vista High in the 90s. I'm very proud of the cultural aspect that we have to our community. And along that goes with that is we're a huge military community. My grandfather was UDT Team 12, and for those that don't know what frogmans are, they were the people before the SEALs. My husband is a retired disabled veteran for the Navy, and he fought for my freedoms as an American to choose. My grandfather, God bless his soul, he passed away in 2006 due to exposures of Agent Orange. My husband, he's a disabled veteran, I'm sure there's long-lasting effects being an active duty member that they had to get vaccinations. And all I want to say is that you guys can't give me back the holidays, the Christmases, my grandfather. You can't put my husband back to 100% because they fought for our American right to choose. Thank you.
Pascal Fawn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. My name is Pascal Pon, and I want to tell you guys how ignorant and how incompetent you all sound here today. Let's go down to just actual numbers, and since I think you guys are all good with math, let's play some numbers here. I have 3 numbers for you. Deaths in California, 75,000. Let's divide that into the population here in California, which is 49 million, equals 0.001875 deaths. That means that there's a 99.9% recovery rate. Let's play another math trick. Let's look at the United States. How many people have died in the United States? 750,000 people have died. Out of 320 million people in America, that is an average of 0.002347, another 99.9% recovery rate. So let's play this game, ladies and gentlemen. Show me where the Cal OSHA standard and policy and regulations is. Do you guys, any of you guys have that? Didn't think so, quietness. Let's talk about OSHA, which is ensures safety and health for working conditions. Show me their policy, their procedure, or their regulations. Do you guys have that? Silence as always. Let's talk about the Department of Labor that is responsible for occupational safety and health. Where's their regulations, policies, and procedures? Do you guys have that? Obviously not. So with this mandate, guys, I really suggest that you guys do not mandate this because, again, this is really going to cause a lot of issues to us as teachers and as students and as in the community. I really suggest that you guys do not mandate this because, again, this is against our Constitution of the United States, right? Are we American citizens? We have the right to actually make our own decisions on what we want to do with our life. You cannot mandate anything on anybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Leslie.
So this would be the last speaker.
Hello, I want to read some stats here. According to the CDC, the death rate for children under 19 from COVID-19 is statistically 0. Therefore, children are not warranted to be vaccinated. According to the CDC, not one healthy child has died of COVID-19 in the United States. All children who have died with COVID as of June of 2021 had underlying conditions. According to the CDC, the COVID vaccines will not prevent infection or transmission of COVID-19. According to the CDC, vaccinated people are not less infectious than unvaccinated people. Vaccinated people acquire and transmit COVID-19 just as easily and as often as unvaccinated people. According to the CDC, FDA, COVID vaccines pose risks of myocarditis, blood clotting, neurological damage, and death, to name a few, predominantly in adolescents. Therefore, vaccines are not safe. According to VAERS Vaccine Adverse Effects Reporting System, there have been at least 19,532 deaths from the COVID vaccines in America alone. According to the WHO, there have been over 2 million adverse effects worldwide. This is over 1 million more cases than all adverse events reported over the last 53 years of all vaccines administered since 1968 combined. According to the American Heart Association, the mRNA vaccines dramatically increase inflammation of the heart. According to historical medical data, 50% of people who get myocarditis will die of a heart attack or require a heart transplant within 5 years, especially children. Not safe, not effective. Something is not right. Imagine a vaccine so safe and effective that you have to be coerced into taking it, and it won't work unless everyone else takes it too. We are at a moment of truth. If we allow these people to use this fear and propaganda to do further harm to our society and our children, if fully vaccinated people can get it and spread it, why aren't they losing their jobs as well? If this were a true pandemic, why is it okay to eat and speak without a mask? Does the science state that COVID needs to wait to spread until after eating or speaking Every day there is more and more evidence to prove we are living the greatest lie told to mankind in history. If you are informed, you cannot be enslaved. I urge you not to pass this mandate. I just want to continue to fight for, if anything, for the children. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've allotted the 20 minutes plus, so public comment. So we'll go to board comments on this item. And I'd like to ask Dr. Aguirre, as written in what you had presented today, so what's in there is already the adjustments to like possibly waiting for the FDA's final approval, not the emergency order. So I'm trying to get to where a motion would be and what would need to be said is where I'm trying to get, so to understand, so that the board can understand.
Thank you, President Segura. So that language is built into the resolution. I'll ask Ms. Carbucha to add any clarification that might be needed, but it is built into the resolution.
All of that information has been built into the resolution with the flexibility for Dr. Aguirre to modify the times for 12 to 15-year-olds based on full authorization.
Okay, thank you for explaining. I just want to make sure everybody knew that what was the case. Do we have any, Dr. Arancibia?
Yeah, I think this is just one of those things where we're talking about public health, and we have to make the best decision based on public health that we can possibly make. We've been in this meeting now, 7.5 hours. I'm going to put the motion forward that we go ahead and we accept the recommendations and the proposal put forward by by council and the superintendent.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second? Or do we have more questions or comments from the board?
I'll second, but I do have a couple questions for Dr. Terrace, if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. With regards to long-term, I know you went over this some time ago, but with regard to long-term side effects to vaccines, can you give us a little insight on that?
Yes, certainly. Vaccines, including the one rotavirus that one of the commentators made, vaccines, if they are going to have adverse side effects, have them within the first 2-3 weeks of the vaccine. Beyond that, we do not see side effects for vaccines. Because this board has been conservative and really waiting for full approval, you have not just several thousand of people who have gone through a clinical trial, but you've gone through millions and millions of people in that age group who have had the vaccine and waited months, not just weeks, for looking at side effects. So I think we can feel fairly confident about that. People have talked in the comments about VAERS, the vaccine reporting system, and how many deaths and illnesses have come reported in VAERS. VAERS stands for Vaccine Adverse Effect Reporting System. It is a grab bag of anything that ever happened within the weeks after a vaccine was received. So every day in this country, there are many people who die suddenly. There are many people who develop seizures suddenly. There are many people who develop rashes, bleeding problems every single day. And that happens without any vaccine. If you happen to get a vaccine and you have one of those coincidental things that happen to people every day within the next week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, if it happens to you, you are going to blame it on the vaccine. However, VAERS in that way picks up a lot of things that have nothing to do with the vaccine. It's a reporting system that just looks for association. What the scientists do is they look at people who have had the vaccine have had a report of any sort of adverse problem, and then they compare it to the same number of people who have not had the vaccine and had those problems. And you see that there's a wash for almost all of them, that they are not more common. They just happen to have gotten their problem coincidentally with the vaccine. So I consider VAERS to be like a fishing net that doesn't just pick out trout, if you're fishing for trout, but picks up tons of other fish and picks up debris and bottles that were thrown into the ocean and all kinds of things. You cannot look at that system. It wasn't designed to be looked at as a system to work on side effects. It is only an association system. When we talk about all those articles that people have, scientific articles, you cannot cherry pick the articles that meet your argument. And if you're anti-vaccine, you're going to look for all those articles that sort of coincide with your argument and say, hey, look, you know, vaccines are a problem and they don't work and they're not safe. And what the FDA does is they look at all the articles, those articles that, all those research articles that have been in favor of and not in favor of the vaccine. And they weigh them all and look at the methodology behind the science of each of those scientific articles. And only once you've looked at all of them and judged them by their quality of how the research was done, can you make a statement as to whether something is safe or not. The FDA doesn't have the privilege of just choosing articles that meet what it hopes will be the desired conclusion. It has to look at pro and con and evaluate them. So when the FDA and its committee members say something is safe, it's because they've looked at all the research, both pro and con, and evaluated it for its quality and weighed it all and decided that something is safe and effective, or at least effective enough to
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Terrace. And with regards to, I think this will probably go to our council, the Governor Newsom personal belief exemptions, does he have that in his mandate?
So as it relates to students or staff?
Both.
So as it relates to staff, that is not an exemption. As it relates to students, there is language related to if this stays a regulatory order as opposed to a legislative order. He is working on, obviously, an introduction of that legislation, which is why our exemptions say if things are required by law.
Okay, perfect. So whatever comes out will be in our...
What we're seeing is the other 10, obviously the other 10 mandated inoculations and vaccinations that are called for by law do not require the personal belief exemption. And in many of those, we're starting to see in other states, the courts are saying that they are not required. So at the moment, it will be based on where we are with the laws via implementation.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
President Segura.
Thank you. We have a motion, a second.
Yes, if I could just read out one clerical correction on the actual resolution in section 8. There was a word that was inadvertently missed. It should read for medical conditions and sincerely held religious beliefs. So that word will be added upon adoption by the board.
Thank you. There's a motion second for this for resolution 462 with that modification. Let's vote.
Arencibia?
Yes.
Hall?
Yes.
Segura?
Yes.
Solis?
Yes.
Tarantino?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. That was our last item. We are adjourned.